Morning, morning. Why isn't my L2 working? Why don't I have an L? Hmm. Today's the day. Download the update. Isn't it supposed to do it automatically? I'm on 3.0.648. So Roku and ELTX resume at 7:30. What's the news there? I'm on with their chat support right now, seeing if it's something I gotta do. It's 6:50. The hell? Can I trade this? It'll let me trade it. ELTX failed trial. It's the Roku news. $116 a share for Roku. That's wild. There was news on Friday that it was going to be bought out. Did I trade after hours fries? Yeah, a little bit. It wasn't much moving. I got up to like $1,100 green. Stay blessed. Thank you for the sub. New sub, homie. Let's go. Love to see it. Good crypto news. I think everything is kind of juicing off of the peace deal with Iran. That's pretty big gap up on the SPY. Qs are up over 2.2%. Massive pop there. I mean, we're real close to all-time highs again. So that's kind of my guess. Do I think we keep going? Probably. What's up, Frando? Should you enter cast? I mean, I have no idea. I can't tell you what to do either. It's not legal for me to do that. But it's on my watch list for move. Just got to set up. Right now, you're doing a 5-minute cuck. So that'll tell us a lot. I can't see the L2 on it yet. I'm on tech support talk trying to figure out why. It looks like I have to manually do it. The bottom of our website towards the bottom downloads. It's interesting. Roku is opening higher than the buyout price. It's kind of implying. Is it 144 a share? Oh, 160. Never mind. It's not opening higher. I mean, yeah, higher than that. So why didn't the platform auto update? Why did I? How did you even know there was a 50 out or 500 or dot 500 out? Like, this is kind of dumb. All right, gotta close this out and install an update. Check it every once in a while. Stupid. Like, why wouldn't it auto update? Nice work, different base. You had some putts, brother. Why can't you guys see my freaking shit now? Oh my gosh. I have to do this for every single freaking. This is what I would have to do every day if I use Lightspeed. Okay. No, I didn't have any. Well, I had the only swing I took was Fermi. I had tried the oil put play so many times and it not happened. I was like, screw it, not doing it this time. This is the time it works. HUBC. Oh, look, it gives me a little thingy thing. I can't trade it. That's at least nice. Let's see if that's true. Wait, what? Whoa. It's giving me a pop-up. Thank God that you can't see it, because it shows my account number and everything. Why is... Tell me that's not normal. Confirm order placement. No, don't confirm. One share, $1.
Rejected.
Okay. See about cast. Okay. All right. Looks like we're good to go. Oh, wow. They changed it so I can type in a ticker and I get a drop down menu. I know you can't see it. Of tickers that it might be. What if I type in a stock's name? TSL. Yes. Oh, huge update. Love it. Oh, thank goodness. That was a big pet peeve. Like if you didn't know the ticker, memorized, you usually could type in a company name on any other platform and like it give you a list of tickers that would be that spelling. Never did that. Now it's got it. Oh my gosh. V click on the LR besides that? What the hell are you talking about, really? Click on the LR. What is LR? What are we talking about? click on the locate required beside that. Oh, this thing? Symbol is locate required. Click to open. Click locate. Oh, so I don't have to go over the locate window and just click that? Oh my gosh. I know you can't see it, but it's quoting me. That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. No. Relic has been already 1,000 more times helpful than cheese has been all year this year. No excuses. Oh, there's still no midpoint, Phil. Let's be clear. Would you say this update on trading is bigger than any update you traded in the last 15? Yep. 15 years? Yep. Wow, that's awesome. And you know what? They changed the font here too. It's much bigger. I don't know why I can click this. That puts a limit order at that price? Oh, that's kind of cool. Not necessary. I could still do that on the L2. I wish they would show me what the freaking updates all entailed. There's probably some other cool stuff it can do that I don't know about. Relic, how did you know it did this stuff? Did you read the note somewhere? Or you just noticed it? Now they just needed NIXX, Nixie's merger partner, signs 15-year MOU with NIDA. Contribute 2.34 billion in revenue. Wait, what? It's a lot of revenue. When you click the update. Guy gave me a direct link to the update page, but I don't see where the hell it tools. No. I have no idea where the freaking download page is now that I left it. Trade 0 update. Downloads and updates. Okay, here we go. Ticker hover tool with quick quote and mini chart. Hovering over any ticker in a watch list scanner top list now shows. Okay. What do you gotta do? Like, click it, hold over it, to click and hold. Kind of dumb. All right. New short sale restricted icon on order ticket. It's a dedicated icon in order ticket alongside the locate required indicator. Total margin required and margin deficit fields in portfolio. Total margin required. Day trading only restriction visibility. TZA clients now see in-app badges and banners for day trade only symbol restrictions. Dating real-time login. All right, interesting. My gosh. For what is the big black bar on the screen should be something here. This is just my order window. I don't have anything here. So I'm not in anything. It's what it kind of looks like in real life, but for stream, that's what we got. The window does look a little weird. Does it always look like that? Just missed. High day. What a night for sports last night, huh? Got the Stanley Cup. You got freaking World Cup. You got UFC fighting. Pretty epic night. Kept me up. Yeah, freaking Canes won. I was really hunting Vegas to win. Eliminated win streak got broken. Nvidia with a debt offering. For what? What could they possibly need money for? I got my pick in today. I think I'm going to change it right now if they're doing a freaking offering.
Monday, Monday, Monday.
Can I change it? Yes, I can. Uh, 7 notes. 7 notes of what? Okay. This thing does not move normal. Why is there no volume on the time and sales? I mean, clearly there's volume, but it ain't working right. Get out of here. I don't know why that's not working. Not cool. Can't trade that if I freaking can't see the time and sales. Is it just that ticker yours is frozen on? It's very weird. Right. Points John Clinton Haley, former Meta leader, to advisory board. Don't like to see that happen. Then they push it down. Okay. Someone was ready to sell. So they asked me to please check now. All right. So what's the difference between the gray and the white now on the time and sales? And you know, don't you love it just changing colors up and something that you didn't ask for or change yourself? Gray seems to be, I don't know. I was gonna say bigger orders. I think white might be sub 100 lots, which I thought I turned off, but I didn't even see that. It's kind of what it looks like. My white used to be midpoint fills. Damn, there's a lot of volume. Get your stock picks in. Yeah, let me that for you. What are we doing here? That's it. Okay. Still frozen. Sure wish the only stock moving this morning I could see the time and sales on. Well, 3 minutes till 8 o'clock news. What do I think AEP will do? Hang on. Got another mover here. AEP. Getting pretty tight here on the daily. I would imagine a little pop, honestly. It's tried the downward move, didn't really do anything. Maybe a curl up. Quite the push. What a move. Some chat room must have juiced this thing because, I mean, you just got 600,000 shares of volume out of nowhere. Like, that ain't normal. $20. PAYO news pending halt. I thought Roku was supposed to be open by now. No? It is open. What's that noise? Freaking end. Jeez. Jeez. To watch this SMWB. Exclusive agreement. QUCY.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Hmm. go anywhere.
Rejected. Rejected. Rejected.
Now it goes. As soon as I freaking get out. Level 1 wait. Jeez, so it's 8 a.m. Now it's going. Damn it. The UFC. It was good, man. It was entertaining. If I'm going to be fair, the only thing I probably had an issue with is the advertising that was allowed on an event on public land, so to speak. I don't know how I felt about that, but I thought the event itself was great. Catch it for sale. But yeah, the event was well done. It's classy too. Down to the ring girls. Ring girls weren't showing nothing. Were the fights good? Yeah, the last one was outstanding. The co-main event final. Cast 5-minute cock. I wonder if it was streamed to Twitch. I don't think so. Some salty. Martha Washington. I like the walkout, how they walk through the White House. You got to see part of the White House you just don't see. Because it might be boring or whatever, but it's just like, unless you've done a tour of the White House or whatever, you just haven't seen what a hallway looks like. I just thought it was cool. Can't believe there were freaking 80,000 people in the park or whatever, watching it on the TV screens. That's crazy. Yep, I made it. That last fight was insane, dude. That dude's face. Oh my gosh. I don't know how he kept going. No doubt that last second knee to the ribs is what ended that fight. There's no doubt that knee broke 3 or 4 ribs. I mean, it was absolutely brutal. How he's looking today. Oh gosh, man, his face. Why isn't that? Okay. Some sort of pop up that I'm not seeing. If round 5 he dies. Maybe. It was rough, man.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
What a terrible film.
Rejected. Rejected.
This thing moves quick. ASME. He dies. He dies. Yeah. Choose. Oh, that's the pop up. There we go. Hey, I am daily popping up here. Regains NYC. All right. This could have a day. We'll see. Adrian throwing the damn towel. Yeah, they didn't even interview him. He was gone. Like they must have rushed him to the freaking hospital. That was crazy. Did he? He didn't do even a press interview. I mean, jeez, this is just after the fight ended. But I mean, that eye's shut. This eye's almost shut. His nose is twice the size. It was bleeding all over the place. This is right when the fight ended. Oh man, you know that's looking rough today. You know he's thinking about his life choices right now. Why am I doing this shit to myself? RZLV. Price target rise. Guggenheim. Okay. Dude, Burkett, are you going to the right link? It's stocksfaceoff.com. Look at the pinned message here in chat. Got a link. Learn on Pavs. Okay, really? This is what we're gonna play here. Watch this Pavs. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. thing is juicing. Volume. Wow. Wow. Bro. No, Ross must be traveling somewhere because he's not streaming on his normal stuff. Like he didn't even have his webcam up. So, but he has not taken a trade yet. Give us another cock. Ugh. These 10-second cocks are great. Oh my gosh. Bim, let's go 11 months. Almost got the year badge, homie.
Stock J Stock
Partial
Jock.
execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Of course, the one I take doesn't juice. Let's see a 1 minute cuck. What that does. That would be this like 729 level here. There we go. Not doing much, honestly. See if it continues. Holy hell. Damn. Got 47. Hmm. This is not. It's the first test in 90 May. We are not looking so hot. Just kind of hoping to buy another lot here, but keep going back and forth between cutting it and adding.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Yuck.
Partial execution.
Nope.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
That
Partial execution.
was a cock and drop.
Rejected. Rejected. Rejected.
So close. I was like, just break $8 and I'll be happy. Nope. No, Burning. This was a dip buy. I was trying to look for a bounce off the VWAP. I was going to add here and then blew through it and just kept. It was a trade idea that didn't work out. Now it's a 5-minute cuck. And now 800 bucks red. Jeez. There's an idea that if on the 1 minute I wanted to buy here, like this is the 90 EMA. This is our first test of the 90 EMA on the 1 minute, and we failed. I was looking to like add here near the VWAP, and then second ad would be right here on the 9 minute for a juice. Just failed. So lucky me. PAVS. Nice. So weak. Gosh, that's so dumb. kind of headline is this? Intent to acquire Geminero for 15 to 20 million price range. Kind of deal is that? It's just 15 to 20. Like, how do we not know the exact price? That's bullshit. Nothing, huh? QCY gave it all back. I don't get why Nvidia is freaking selling bonds. Damn it, Mimo. Can't believe there's nothing moving. We whacked a bunch of freaking poison ivy this weekend, and I feel it, man. Feel like it's coming home. Salty, you missed nothing. Can you shorten your symbol contract column? Oh, yeah. Gets sticked up. Let me know when that gets sticked up. I wasn't paying attention. I'm in a cock. I don't trust it one bit, honestly. Did fail so far. Is this the 618 by chance? It's a 78. Little wedge here now. Two-point wedge.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
All you have to do is break 48 and you'll make me happy. Okay, now 66.
Rejected. Rejected. Rejected.
Why isn't this?
Rejected.
Oh, I'm out. Okay. It's like, why isn't this selling? So that broke the 5 minute by 1 penny and didn't go anywhere. Not a great look. That big ass pullback, and on a 5 minute cock, you can't get more than a penny. $11 minutes till 8:30. Maybe we'll get something there. Morning, Chickabawa.
I missed you, SJ. Had to put trading on the back burner and go back to working world law.
Welcome back, brother. 33 months. Love to see it. Trading out the chart a lot. Well, I mean, you can kind of see a little bit. Well, okay, if I'm waiting for a 1 minute pullback, that's one thing. But if I want to actively trade the current candle, I got to go to a lower time frame to look for pullbacks. You can do it like the 30-second, but if you want to take more trades, I've been also noticing when you get the pops, you'll see like a really significant volume spike going into the move. So that's kind of been like my key. Like something like this, you know? Just like pitter paddle and boop. As it's happening, you kind of, it's a very stark difference. So sometimes you can catch a little hint that's going to go. And if you're looking for a break spot, like I was here, you want to see that volume spiking in real time and kind of get that with the 10-second chart. Just got connected on my banking and finance stuff. Amazing the tools we have. Wait, you attach your banking crap to ChatGPT? You're a freaking animal. Are you for real? That's right, Chorus. Joseph Fleece. Like, you're not like worried about that at all? I love like the taking out his life savings gambling. So what? Like, why would you want to connect your finance stuff to ChatGPT? I mean, I guess stock stuff is one thing, but like, what other tools are you interested in, Soils? 9 o'clock around the corner here. Hopefully, we get some news movers. All right, here we go. 30 seconds. Crossing up again, fail. It looks like your indicator is like just in line with the MACD, huh? You ever put them side by side, see if one triggers and the other one doesn't? All right, 9 o'clock. CPR, big pop. 5-10 clearance.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial
Oh,
execution.
this is already up quite a
Partial
bit.
execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
All right.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
So or CPR receives US FDA 510 clearance for
partial execution.
whatever.
Partial
Oh my
execution.
gosh, juiced.
Partial execution.
For what was that? And it disappeared. Oh, there it is. For maggot debridement product. Gonna act like I know what the hell that is. But that was a nice win, $600. Wow. Here goes. Wow, fail. 7 acting tough. Oh, there goes. Or 6, excuse me. Nope, Ross is not in that. He hit that JRSH move really hard. He's up like 20 grand or so. And I feel like he probably won't take another trade. That's my guess. He must be on vacation somewhere. Maybe World Cup. Who knows? I'm really bouncing back and forth. I'm like, golly, I should go to a World Cup game. So I'm like, when am I ever in my lifetime probably going to go to a World Cup game in the United States? Oh, right now. Oh, by the way, let's have your worst, start to a year like in forever. so I don't have like extra money I could just burn. And I'm like, come on, you pussy, just go. 4K ticket. Well, I mean, it's just me, so it's like I could go sit in the nosebleeds at some freaking, bullshit game that no one wants to go to. But I'm like, do I really want to do that? I was looking at tickets last night. You can get some games for like $200. Depends where you want to drive to. Like if I gotta go to Philadelphia or New York or Atlanta, it just depends on what game you want to see. But sell Han and go. Hell no. Be cool to see Messi play at the international stage, Apparently he was retiring from international play, which is dumb. He's only 37. Still one of the best players. He's been such a drama queen before in the past. Like when Argentina lost before, he said he was retiring for an international play and then came back the next World Cup and won it. I mean, it's just like, come on, bro. It's just some money. Yeah, it's just some money. It's hard to justify when I have a house in kind of disarray. I need to freaking fix a giant, enormous wall, and here I am spending money on a soccer ticket. I don't know. It's just hard to justify sometimes. What platform? This is Trade Zero. I'm just looking for one cock here. Just one big fat cock. Shut up, Vact. I haven't made any money since I moved. And I still have to move again. Maybe not for pre-market stuff. I might have this one for like pre-market trading and then market hour trading. Use a different platform. Oh my gosh, my butthole's tingling. There it goes. Huh? Not the 1 minute looks really like it needs a pullback. Of course I did CMS. Yeah, 007. That's maybe what I need to do. Pre-market, this is outstanding, right? With the hotkey buttons. But, if I'm having to trade a stock with a 10 cent, 20 cent spread, I probably be on a different platform.
Partial execution. 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 Partial execution.
War over. Tacos for everyone, smiley face.
All right. Well, we're back to green. We were down $800. Now we're up 200. CPR doing a 1 minute pullback. What's my watch list? Right now it's just CUPR, and then I haven't even really looked at mid and large caps yet, but I'm sure something to watch. GPUS. Interesting. Right? I don't know if this would be a penny kind of day, you know, but the news with Iran kind of juicing this markets. I don't know if we're going to fill the gap, or is it just going to keep going towards highs? I don't know. Be interesting to see what happens. I'm kind of hoping on SpaceX you sell off really quick, fill that gap, and then curl. Kind of one of my trade ideas this morning. Tomorrow is options on SpaceX, so maybe this is the last day that it kind of moves uncontrollably. CPR, wow, nice 1 minute. Yep, tomorrow options on SpaceX. See if we're getting BRM. Sure, what's up there? Yuck. That volume was about. Sugar Rush, let's go, buddy. 59 months.
Partial execution.
Nope.
Rejected.
What I get it out there? 20. Okay. It's a 1 minute cock. It might go now. Nice trying to poke. I'm dead inside. There it is. There it is. Freaking called it. Might go now. Went. Nice try to poke. Oh, jeez. Wasn't ready for that one. It's not fair. I wasn't ready. I wonder if we're getting any moves in the 100% club today. With this market pop, we should get some kind of funsy volume somewhere. I can't believe this. I missed this by 10 seconds. Maybe even less. Jeez. It's definitely a low and go. Time to trade all day. Let's go, Hacks. Let me look at Nick's watch list, Titans watch list. Let's see if I got anything in there, or they got anything in there. BE, AXTI, STR Trip. What's the news there? Agreement to sell the fork to American Express. Wolf been moving. Okay. M10. Okay. Stot daily, yeah. Let's check stuff that's old on my watch list. Okay. No. STI daily is still waiting, man. Soon. That's off the list. AZI. Oh, hello. Okay, AZI is on watch today. I know it pulled back so much, but maybe. AZI. Let's put some alerts down. What's the high there? 187. Velo, maybe. DXYZ, I think that's Dunzo. DSME. GCDT, it's already at DSY. That's off the list. Last time we looked at Oracle. Navin. No. VSAT. 30. Maybe. CODX. Off the list. Space with nah. Stack. That went to 950 on Friday? Freaking when? Huh. BYAH. Off list, I think. UBXG. Might do something. That's actually looking like it's setting up. That looks pretty good. QCY. Let's see. PR. Trading it currently. AMD's juiced. BBVA juiced. Interesting. EDHL, not ready. KTTC. Cask, get a little pop here going in the open. Really shocked that Roku. Oh, it's cash and stock. Okay, not interested. ELTX. Yuck. All right. Red shirt and a Green Day. We're only up $80 right now. Nothing to write home about. Would be up nicely if that one trade of minus 900 didn't exist. But it is what it is. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open.
market is open.
This feels like a delayed open here on CUPR because there's no volume. There they are. Now it's open. SpaceX just gas out of the open. Holy hell. Feels like the volume isn't here. Really weird. Maybe it's just the platform. I'm up $80, Zach. GLBS. This is interesting. HPE. Filling the gap here. Feel like this is a buy. Markets are screaming. But Piotr Bar for swing, so it look like it won't be much of a swing. A lot of these are going to probably fill some of these gaps. It's my guess. Golly. If, I mean, God, crazy ass moves. Just gonna be patient, looking for some setups. Daily Cock AZI 187 getting close. What sent this thing ripping the other day? remember. CPR basically flat, gapping down a little bit. This is what I worry about with stock halts this early in the morning. They never really, recently, haven't done well. Greatest playoff run in history. Nick saying burning down New York. What a weekend for sports, man. UVXG went. Damn, yeah. Forgot all about this one. I called it out on my watch list this morning. It's the 93 level. Shit. Please come down. Please come down. Don't halt up. Don't halt up. All right, 1136. If this little holds. Spreading. CPR. Yuck. Dip and rep, maybe. There is it up. Right back up. It's a tough one. Nasty dip and rep, though. Wow, gap move, or the whole price moved up. 14.13. Yeah. At 20x. I don't think you're wrong. As far everybody keeps talking about space data centers, like multiple people saying like it's gonna happen kind of thing. But yeah, it ain't happening anytime soon. And not without significant build out needed. It's kind of just grinding here.
Partial execution. 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 Partial execution.
Why is it partial anything?
Partial
Oh my gosh.
Partial execution. 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 Partial execution.
Holy jeez, dude. Put a beat on it. No doubt. What? Bro. Come on now. Bean ads, I do have a swing portfolio if that's what you're asking. There's nothing. I do have other portfolios, yes. Long-term holds, very long-term stuff. I have a swing account. There's nothing in that one. Yes. I mostly day trade though. When I take trades in the other accounts, I do mention it. It's not something I'm actively doing. Often. I probably make, yeah. You'll watch long enough, you'll see me mention it. Right now, I only have like FRMI in an account that I'm swung from last week, short-term options, and then there's just stocks and long-term stuff. Dude, that was, I mean, what are the odds? The odds, I guess, are high that I would get dicked on something. Just, a nice little grinder up. Oh, yeah, SJ's in it? Yeah, drop 20 cents on him. What is that? Oh, you're swinging these nuts? What are we talking about here? Yeah. HPE trying to bounce. Really kind of like that spot, honestly. QCY starting to try to move. UBXG, nice little pullback. Why isn't this? I've got to look up what these new colors are. I don't get it. Like that, yeah, there you go.
Partial
All right, I'm just getting out.
Partial execution.
We'll see if that comes right back up to here or not. INTC, yep. AMD is probably close. AMD, wow. Wow. What about MU? Bro. All right, let's see. QCY. SWMR. Cream moving to Pope. Oh, yeah, good call. Slightly spready. Let's have that 374 level. That's going on the list, though. I missed something here, Zach. Geez, Zach. 200 straight range. I've tried to shake you, and I can't do it, apparently. It's pretty impressive. It's like a whole trading year. How about them Canes? Yeah, I was rooting for Vegas. I wanted to see Torts win another one. Oh, so inverse SJ. That's true. I was rooting for Vegas, so you should probably mortgage your house and bet the Canes. 5-minute cock here, UBXG. 1 minute MACD. Just flipped on that. Nice. AHMA. This one popped up this morning for some reason. Oh my gosh, still an MVP. This freaking guy. UVXG. Strong as it breaks here. AHMA trying. Damn it. All right, you got this 1272 level now on the daily chart that we might be aiming for. Let's just take a moment to throw some respect to Jalen Brunson, the ultimate underdog. He said he was too short and he bodied Wembley multiple times for champion. I couldn't tell you who Jalen Brunson. I've heard the name. If you pointed him out, if he walked by and bumped shoulders with me, I couldn't tell you who that was. That's how little I follow the NBA. Wembley, I know him. Couldn't tell you, Jalen. Cree kind of popped up there. NBA is hard to watch. Whenever I get a LeBron James highlight of him flopping, I just like, oh my gosh, this is an embarrassment. Do people actively make fun of him for that? Does it happen as often as I get clips about it? Wembley. Like this. Oh gosh. SpaceX coming up to high day. Watch that 175 level. Soccer's the original floppers. Yeah, thank goodness that they start giving yellow cards for it now, though. It was bad. It's been bad forever. It's almost unwatchable. And it still is to an extent. Like, you get fouled and, oh my gosh, you got shot. Oh my gosh, he's going to die. And then they're up. But that's somewhat the ref's fault too, because if you don't respond to the foul, they don't call it. It's crazy. Guy could be just pulling your shirt off. No call. But if you go down, it's going to be a call. So, RGNT. Let me take a look at it. GNT. Okay, it's a nice level there, actually. Hate the chart, but this is interesting. Daily W over 296. We'll see what that does. Dude, Luke Hong, that was nuts. Congratulations on your win on it, too. Luke Hong, you bet $20 on Justin and won 180. Is that right? Was it 7-1 odds or something? Great. Wait, 20 to 180. It's more than 7-1. Oh, you put 40 down. Okay. I thought he was done in round 2. I thought he was done in round 2. I mean, that fight was that close to getting stopped. Crazy fight. When did you take the bet? What round? It's by 1 to 7-1, depending on how I got in. Buy now, pay later option appears on Xbox back end. That'd be a firm. AFRM. Interesting. Fermi breaking through. EVXG coming up.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
You see that bullshit here?
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Oh, that shit's in. Dump it! Oh, he's out. Juice it! Dude, this thing is so... Oh, wow, it's spready. Didn't realize that. RGNT. Is it going to open soon? This must be 5516. All right. Kind of a big pivot point. And we got up there 4. See what this does. This could be interesting. 5516. Where the spread's pretty easy. I imagine so. A lot of volume on that candle too. Damn. Five seconds. Hmm. False halt.
Partial
I'm getting out.
execution.
I don't like
Partial
that. Yep.
execution.
I'm out. Why does it show pending? Then it shows filled. What? Must be a bug. Okay, that was a good little trade. 250 bucks. So that's how I play halts. If I'm going to play it, I'm looking for the dip. And then as soon as it comes back up through the level that it opened at, I go long. Called it a little dip and rip. You can kind of see it on a 10-second chart. It opened right here. It dipped down. And as it's coming, this is the halt where it halted. As it comes back up through, I'm buying. I bought it right there. And then we had the $3 break. And then I just started selling. And I sold that final bit when it looked like it was going to halt, but it was really weak. You were told to install 649. Who told you to do that, Fresh? So I'm going to do that. I was just told to update to 650 by chat support because I was on an earlier version. Go figure. All right. Well, then I'm going to do it too. 649. Does 649 have the new? No, I guess it doesn't. Oh, well, I can live without it. Zero. No. When did you ask them? Just curious. HBC, Teddy. I'll look at it as soon as I get the platform back. Yeah, it's on Friday. All right, that's fine. Good enough for me. Certainly a little off today, and I don't want to have any issues with buys and stuff going through. I do like the features of that 650 build, but not if they're going to be dicking with my orders. Well, that means I have to freaking whatever. Don't survive. Do we short Roku? So the reason why the Roku isn't as high is because it's a cash and stock trade or offer, buyout, whatever. So you'll never. So it's like supposedly what, like 166 or something, 168. I can't remember. But because it's cash and stock, it'll never get to 160 whatever. The stock side of that transaction will hold it back. Underwriters extra option to buy ADDL 83 million shares. I bet they do. Every time, man. All right, I gotta rebuild this thing. This is what I would have to do if I trade on Lightspeed every single day. Every single little clip window would have to be redone every day. All right. Well, those little fun buttons are gone, but at least the platform will be stable. All right, G&T, looking at this 4 level. Nice glitches. Better news feed. Okay. Okay. Day.
Rejected.
$27. Damn, my fill sucked. Slow. EVXG, nice. NVIDIA getting crushed today? Not really. I thought that would be just absolute ass. Let's see about this SpaceX, huh? See about that SpaceX. Building out a 5-minute here, looking for that 175. I sound like Chris Tucker. I guess I kind of did. $20 billion. Like, what? Why is everybody raising money? Why are they raising money? That's a little crazy to me. What's going on? 2x SpaceX? Oh, nah. Really? SPCX. Yeah, but they're supposed to be the ones that are getting all the revenue. Like, why? $1 trillion in revenue this year. Like, why do you need more? Why do you need 20 billion? A mere 20 billion. That's a little sus to me. And that's the one, that's the first raise that I'm like, huh. That one I don't like. Everybody else I can kind of understand. They're trying to build out. Klarna. Chef, let's go, bud. 56 months. Love to see it. Thank you for all those new peeps that are hanging out with us today that joined us last week. During the first hour of trading, it's a little hectic because things are moving pretty fast, so we tend to focus on trading. Right now, it's a little slow because the stuff that I was watching this morning really isn't moving well. But if you have a question or comment, be sure to highlight your message by either saying SJ or Stock Jock in the message or using channel points. And that's kind of what I focus on. If you don't say those things, I kind of just miss your message because I'm trying to trade and keep up with the chat at the same time. This is why companies go public to raise money. Yeah, but like, this is NVIDIA. This isn't a new. They don't need to raise money. 20 billion is nothing to them. I don't get that one. Doesn't make sense. It's not big enough to make a dent in anything. Chicka Bow Wow, every time it's like that, is it not? Every single time. It was like last year. RGNT. Nice move. You know the saying, $20 is $20. This is a video version of it. Yeah, but like, I don't get it. I mean, what percent are they going to be paying on those bonds? I don't get it. Do they think they can take that 20 bill and do something with it that they couldn't have done with the money that low cost financing? Money's cheap for a video. Maybe that is the case. But if that's the case, then why so little? I don't know. It's just weird. All right, this RGNT, good call on whoever called this out. Really nice move. Halt level is moving up through 5. Watch that UVXG. It is spready. Probably shouldn't trade it, actually. But it does have some levels that it's building out. Another halt level moved up, and it can't halt again. It's the 3rd time in a row. IWM level, Roger. Fourth time it tried to halt, couldn't do it. Somebody's just selling when they can get that price up there. Market manipulation with my picks. Yeah. Trying to wait for a setup. Trying to be a little patient on this. It's the only one on my list that's really moving. It's like the 6th attempt at a halt, fail. right, SpaceX coming back up. SpaceX options are tomorrow, so it'd be interesting to see what this does today. 175 flat top building out here on SpaceX. Back to flipping to our GNT, Roger. Yeah, KLR. It's rumored to be that, right? So it is moving up on that. If we get confirmation, that would be something. Do option move the stock? What's the impact? So we live in a world where options are the tail that wags the dog. Options are more important to the stock price than the shares. ServiceNow, first daily cock after this debacle will pull back. Yeah, I don't know how long that green shoe lasts on SpaceX. Surely it'll be gone by the time options roll around. But it might be in effect still today, so I don't know. SpaceX really isn't trading well. It's nice to look at right now. I do have it on my watch list down here, but it's not a good trader yet. MMs have a big obligation to be hedged. In most cases, they do it with options, so gamma levels are important. Yep. The more you'll, and I'm not one that will claim that I understand how the things move. M10, nice call out. Will claim to completely understand what I said. That makes any. I know that options are the tail that wags the dog. How it all incorporates gamma levels, how to interpret them when you're looking at them. I am not a pro at all. I'm definitely in the learning phase myself. But I do know, and it makes sense to me, why options. Like he said, that market makers, they have to hedge, and that's the way they do things. There's also leverage there in options. So it is the tail that wags the dog, for sure. Man, look at SpaceX right back up. M10, very interesting. That was a nice pop over this diagonal level from earlier. It's only a 2-point diagonal, but it's certainly something. This one might be one to watch. SpaceX gonna make another run at 175, maybe. All right, GNT. Yeah, a little backside pullback here. Well, I should say 5-minute pullback, not backside. Really nice moves. Kind of looking for a better pullback than this, though. Watch that UBXG. Spreads, man. Jeez. This is a tough one to trade. I mean, look at that dip. It's a dollar dip here before it's curling back up. I can't trade that. That's too nuts. Oof. Jeez. Currently up $320. Still waiting to... Man, it is not pretty right now. As far as finding a setup I'm really in love with. A lot of the stuff from pre-market's just down, and the things that are moving are either really spready like this UBXG. Oh no, this looks like it could go here. This is a cut and go. If I were going to take it, it would be probably now for a high day break. No guarantee that it... Yeah, it's just this wall. It's so... Like, that's a cut and go that really should have gone. Maybe one last try on the 10-second chart. No. I just can't justify it. How whippy it is. Jeez. Can't justify it. It probably does well whenever it does finally break, but pre coming back up. M10W, this, when is the high? 72? Not 72. 28, which just blew through. That's a perfect W, by the way. If you're looking for a W, this is it. Pull back, candle over candle fail. Deeper pullback to some support level. In this case, was the 21, whatever. Come back through. You buy there, you're looking for a break of there, you take profit. Bada bing, bada boom. Who we got? Necro Nancy, let's go. Tier 3? Come here. Have to have a discussion here. Necro Nancy. Tier 3. Not even awake yet. You hit me with that tier 3 goodness. Who was that? What was I saying? Oh yeah, Necro Nancy. Tier 3. There's only other one man in my life. It's giving me tier 3 goodness, and that name is Pizza Wrangler, and I'm adding you to that list, Necro Nancy. Your sweet, sweet tier 3 all over my face. I love it. Thank you so much. And I just want you to know that while we're here having a moment together, that M10 trade that I was scouting out is going absolute bananas right now. And I would have made thousands of dollars. And I'm not taking the time to say thank you for your $25, which half of it goes to Jeff Bezos. Because he needs it, though. It's not what it's about. It's about connection, though, right? The tier 3 connection, Necro Nancy. Just want to say, I see you. I love you. Thank you. May your candles be green and long and hard and long. Your trades always be green. May you find those yams at the end of the rainbow. Shut up, different baits. Put yourself right in the butthole. This looks good. CUPR's hot dog water. SpaceX. That's what I'm talking about. Bad trader. Breaks that 175. What does it do immediately? Drop to 171. Just a bad trader. Shut up, Snowflake.
Partial execution.
Kind of failing there, huh? And then it goes! Oh, suck me sideways! Gosh, darn it. I made $18 instead of $300. I purchased your follow along doorknob series. I just can't seem to get in all the way, brother. I don't really know what you're doing serious. Oh, jeez. Why? Titan colon LIT. UBXG is still chilling here. Holy nastiness. Just these dips, man. Just, I can't trade this. Watch it dip and rip now. Now it's $1 wide? No. AEHL. M10's still the only real thing I'm watching. Cree, yeah, not a pretty break there. Poopy poop water right there. Potty break real quick.
Stocky jockey, it's your broad Ruth talking here. Why haven't you faxed me back after you broke my back? Geez, I haven't had a night like that fartquad
Oh
since
my
at
God.
least 19...
All right. Well, that died off, didn't it?
It's been 84 years and I still haven't received my secret viewer surprise.
I don't want to hear about it, Time Taker. GLXG. Okay. I gotta. Oh, that reminds me. Duperk had sent me a video about this Anthropic thing. Where is he? Let's watch this little video here on. Let's watch this. Oh, is this gonna screw up? Probably is. Oh no, it didn't. Okay. There we go.
Debates, and we got to start with Anthropic. Anthropic released a Mythos level model with some interesting guardrails, and it seems as though Dario is back to blogging. Okay, the model's called Fable 5. No idea why they're calling it that. Released on Tuesday, and it tops every.
To be clear, I have no idea what this Mythos thing is about. I saw that the government like capped its progression or something, and I don't know why. I don't know what happened. So this, I'm learning with you.
Benchmark nearly every benchmark. The tokens, however, cost twice as much as Opus 4.8, but it should use less tokens overall because it's theoretically that much better. Unclear if this is going to alleviate some of the hand-wringing around the cost of tokens. But you'll remember in April, Anthropic famously did not release Mythos because publicly it had some strong hacking capabilities. So they gave it to some folks. And we had the CEO of Nikesh of Palo Alto Networks who said, hey, Mythos was the real deal, and that they used it to seal up some vulnerabilities inside their shop. Obviously, this new model is sensitive to topics like bioweapons, hacking, all that stuff are blocked in it. But they got a big developer backlash, and then I'll get your feedback after I explain this. While using Fable, Anthropic stores all the prompt data you enter for at least 30 days. And so that's a bit of a privacy issue. And if Fable 5 detects you're doing frontier AI research, in other words, using their model to make a better model, competitive model, they were downgrading you, but they weren't telling you. And this was buried deep in a 319-page document. So many kerfluffles, freakouts going on X over this, but they've since walked it back a bit, quote unquote, in Wired. We're changing Fable 5 safeguards for frontier LLM development to make them more visible. I'm going to stop there. Chamath, what's your take on Anthropic and these extraordinary models they keep dropping and how they're handling the release of them? Are they being thoughtful? Are they being dramatic and drama queens? A little bit of both. Where do you stand on it? You know, after getting Nikesh's feedback and seeing the latest model come out, have you played with it? What's going on at 8090 and the Software Factory in terms of benchmarking it as well?
It's a really incredible model. And so kudos to these guys for continuing to push the boundaries of the closed frontier lab models. They're firing on all cylinders. I think that it creates a pretty obvious risk now. And I think that obvious risk is twofold. One is Anthropic has essentially shown their hand, which is that they will increasingly take in prompts, evaluate the prompts, and decide what to do with them before they generate output to you. And I think if you were a
Soga model.
person, you should generally now think there's a risk of censorship. If you're a company, I think it's almost a non-starter. And the reason is because you could accidentally trip one of these things without even knowing it. A downstream scientist using the Claude APIs could trip it. A business executive inside your corporation could trip it. A person doing scientific molecular research could trip it. And all of a sudden, you'll get cut off from a very important source of business differentiation for yourself. So I think if you take both of those two things together,
MACD down on this.
Unique moment in time where I think companies need to start underwriting this next phase of AI, which is how do I have control? Who am I allowing to learn off of all of this information?
Extinction level event.
Have a single
Yeah,
point of failure risk
I guess so.
with respect to AI. And I think the answer is
RG&T
that
5
you
minutes
need
kind of
broad
tight here.
diversity and a governance approach that's better managed. One thing I'll say about Anthropic is they tell the truth.
Yes.
It's just that the truth sucks when you actually take it and you eat it and you're like, it's in your tummy and you're like, no, this is not good. I don't like this. And so there's the censorship risk on the one hand, and then there's just the governance business risk for enterprises on the other. Both are not good.
Freeberg running your own company now, and I'll let you back clean up here, Sachs. Obviously, you'll have a lot to say. But Freeberg running your company, do you worry about getting rug pulled by one of these companies, investing your time into one of these platforms, having them then constrain your use of it and or take what you're doing at Ohalo, put it into their model and make it available to other people? What concerns do you have as a business owner at the forefront of your field using these tools?
It's a great question. The terms of service is pretty clear that they can't take what you're doing and put it into their model that they won't
Do you believe
take.
them when you read that?
I'm not sure, to be honest. There are things I'm concerned about, but we've decided to throw caution to the wind because we do a lot of proprietary work in genomics. What that means is we're looking at different genes or gene variants, trying to estimate the impact that that gene or gene variant might have on a living organism, like we work in plants, obviously, in agriculture. And we will do things like RNA guide design for gene editing based tools. We will do predictions on what gene may or may not have some phenotype. So there's a lot of genomic modeling work that we have found these models to be incredibly valuable at supporting us with over the last couple of years. So going back about 6 months, we were able to very simply and cleanly do things like design a genetic construct that you would then use to make a specific protein. And the tool was very easy to use to do that sort of research, and extremely valuable. This is the kind of work that many scientists would spend a lot of time doing, and these models were very good at doing very quickly. Over the last couple of weeks, they've begun to restrict the ability to use the models to do that work. And the premise is that there's some sort of bioweapon type risk that folks have theorized could happen using these tools. And as a result, we're losing the capacity to use these models for this very important scientific development work. As a result, we are likely going to end up needing to use open source models and run them locally ourselves. So the reason I walk through all of that is so people can really understand the context of what's going to happen here. As folks like Anthropic say, hey, we're going to restrict access or censor the output of these models, it is going to force companies like ourselves who still want to take advantage of the capability of these LLMs to go and get open source tools and run them. And what are the best open source models today? They're Chinese.
Yeah, they are.
And that is a major concern. The American open source models are not as good as the Chinese open source models. So the restrictions that Anthropic and others are putting upon themselves and upon the industry is forcing a lot of companies to go and get open source Chinese models and run them. We're seeing this across the landscape with startups,
we see it
with
in all of
large-scale
our
enterprises.
startups,
Everyone's making that move.
Yeah, and this is something we've been talking about here with Apple and their silicon and how well you can run these models. Also, I predict your next card you'll turn over is you'll start making your own models, Freeberg. You'll take all this data you have.
It's exactly right. And we'll start with the core model, combine it with our data, and then we'll have our own genome language model or our own prediction model that we'll then use internally. And I think that's where folks are going. But the reason I point this out is because a lot of folks are feeling the pressure from Anthropic doing this, and they're feeling the pressure from politicians repeating the scary words that are being said by Dario and others. And as a result, they are going to try, and they are already trying to force either natural enforcement or politicized enforcement upon the model providers in a way that is ultimately going to benefit Chinese open source model providers. And that is a scary thing because we are going to damage our own kind of economic viability. You can't just stop AI. As much as everyone says AI is doomsday, by stopping AI or trying to stop AI through this political action and social, kind of behavior, you are fundamentally going to give someone else the advantage because the AI isn't going to go away. So the reason I describe what we're doing is for everyone to really understand that you can't just turn off AI and turn off access to these things. What you will do is you will force the hand of someone else to now have an unfair advantage because you're unfairly restricting your models and your access to those models.
Well, really well said, Freeberg. Sachs, what's your take just in terms of the chessboard? In terms of, we've got the business case here, we got the local case, but there's a lot of issues here with Anthropic in terms of them essentially throwing up every red flag to get regulated, to induce, and it'll be our second story, the Bernie Sanders seizing half the equity of these companies. But man, this is saying, look over here, we're starting a fire, regulate the hell out of us, which also then makes you wonder, hey, maybe I should be doing my own model. Maybe I should be embracing open source models. How's this chessboard developing here, Sachs?
Well, look, 8 months ago, I said that Anthropic was engaged in a very sophisticated regulatory capture campaign based on fear-mongering, and people at the time thought that was a very spicy take. But 8 months later, I think you're hearing a lot of people say it. In fact, I think it's almost now becoming a new consensus. And one of the things I think your summary didn't quite capture, J-Cal, is the sense of the violation of trust and how much outrage there is in the developer community over this latest Fable release. It's not just the fact that they're doing mandatory surveillance. Remember, this is a company that said that it was against government surveillance. They are now retaining for 30 days every prompt and every output you send to one of these Mythos class models, there are no exceptions. Even enterprise customers who had signed 0 data retention agreements, they do not have a choice, or I guess they can just not use the new Fable or Mythos class models, but they retain all of your data for 30 days. And it's not just the prompts and the output. Remember, it's all the context you share with them. So, all these agent platforms are basically storing all of your memories, all of your files, all of your...
Kayvon, let's go!
...to the model.
ONCO, let's go, Kayvon!
Responses. Anthropic is saying it will keep all of that, and it does it to...
Let's make it happen, Kayvon. $6 going towards it. Let's go, buddy. I just missed my NVIDIA trade because of it. But you know what? This is more important. This is more freaking important, Kayvon. Because this is where you come looking for help from daddy. All right. You need comfort from daddy. This is where you come to. I know. I see the numbers. A bunch of you are in your corners sucking your thumb saying, Daddy, help me. Tell me it'll be okay. 3. No. Get more than 3. 4. Hello. TF in the ass. Market order. Buy. Boom shakalaka. 114. Let's go, Kayvon trades. Let's put you in the books. Just looking at the books today, seeing if we had anybody getting close to 100%. Right now, the APLD crew, which is me, Joystick Report, currently the next in line here. Then we got Pizza Wrangler with CLOV that almost hit 4. 1-800 I killed you is sitting up there nice too. All right, let's get you in the books here, bud. It's the empty. Oh, they're there. ONCO 6 15 6 4 at 14. Kayvon trades. Boom, you're in the books. Thank you, my man.
To build a profile on you, to classify you, and then to determine what capabilities it then unlocks. And the thing that created the most outrage, in addition to the surveillance, is the fact that they would degrade the product. They would degrade what they show you. They would nerf their models if it decided in Anthropic's sole discretion.
Technologies, VOYG, the company is teasing in a tweet something's been in the works. Stay tuned. Ticker Voyager Technology, seeing a bump in activity here on this tweet from the company, VOYG.
That you are not worthy of having access to that level of information. So they're creating a new level of AI haves and have-nots. And what they did is, and there's a narrow piece where they walk back, which is they said that when it came to things like machine learning, AI research, chip design, research, those types of areas, they would kick you to a lesser model, but not tell you that. And they would even do
which
things...
feels anti-competitive, right? I mean...
It's completely anti-competitive. And also they would even do things like rewrite your prompt in the background. So they would give you a nerfed answer. They would not tell you what they were doing. They would still charge you for the product that you thought you were getting. And they would never tell you that you were not getting frontier model capability. So they were actually misleading their users. And this is what was creating so much outrage. Now, the narrow piece they walk back is they are now saying that they will disclose when they downgrade you, but they are still downgrading people when they decide that that person should not receive the appropriate information. And you saw there were a lot of people posting online with examples of the massive overreach here. So someone showed that when they simply just asked a question about mitochondria, they were basically downgraded.
That's right.
When Ben Thompson from Stratechery asked a very straightforward question about the relationship between cancer risk and GLP-1s, he was kicked out. So these guys have a very expansive view of who should be downgraded. Again, they're going to surveil you to determine whether you should be. And I think what we're getting here is a vision of where all of this is headed, which is that these powerful big tech companies are going to decide whether you're worthy. They're going to decide whether you're an AI have or have not, and then they're going to censor the output that you receive based on the criteria they determine when they profile you. That is very Orwellian.
I think there's that, and I think that there's
Picking winners and
something
losers.
that's more subtle,
M10 interesting here
sense,
over
which is that they will start to
367.
pick which corporations they want to benefit. So, for example,
Right.
if Novartis has a competitive GLP-1 drug to Lilly, and they have a strategic deal with Novartis and not one with Lilly, now there's an impetus to shape how people get information.
Right.
CELU popping
If they
to the
have
high
a
now,
deal
Charlie
with
Echolini,
JP
uniform
Morgan,
CELU,
but not with
shares up
Citibank,
about 29%.
you'll just never know. And so you'll ask a question, something about mortgage rates or interest rates, and you'll get all kinds of stuff that you don't understand. And then the downstream part of this, which is even more problematic, is it's not clear to me that they're going to capture the actual fingerprint of what they did. So if you believe that something was done in a shady way, you're supposed to be able to go to them, or regulators should be able to go to them and say, show me the trace of that model run in that exact moment that generated that output. Convince me why that wasn't nerfed on purpose or manipulated. And there's all kinds of ways in which they can hide the cheese on that. So I think that all of that body of stuff, Sachs, happens now, because if you're
It's
an
ready.
emergent company, what you should be doing is knocking on Anthropic's door saying, let's do a deal. I'll give you half the equity. And why don't you just direct people to me? And they'll say, well, economics are not what I care about. What is your philosophy on life, on morality,
TEM,
on all of these
10%
social
AI
issues?
shares hitting
And
new highs
one
now,
company will
mentioned
say
in
it's
the
A,
newsletter,
another company
purchase.
will say it's B.
Tango
They'll
Echo
favor
Michael
A
earlier,
over B.
now up,
And then
about
all kinds of stuff can
9.25%.
happen underneath the hood. That's what's scary.
Let me just ask my free market view. Like, should that matter? If there's a bunch of models out there and we don't restrict them and we don't regulate them, let these markets compete. We had paid inclusion in the early days of search engines, and the companies had to pay to be in there, and there were all those sorts of deals you're describing, Chamath. And all the search engines that did those sorts of deals, they sucked for consumers and customers. So everyone was like, you know what, this isn't as good as Google. And everyone went over to the better model and the better provider. Isn't that what's going to happen here if we don't get in the way or keep
certainly.
the government out of it?
And they're not communicating.
It's a
well.
great point.
You're missing one piece of it, which is at the same time that Anthropic was engaging in mandatory surveillance and nerfing its models, Dario wrote a new blog post
Oh, God.
saying that transparency was no longer good enough, that we needed to have a new regulatory agency like an FAA or maybe an FDA to approve all models. So your presumption there is correct. Yes, if you could go somewhere else to get your questions answered, then you would have alternatives. But at the same time that Anthropic is engaging in this potentially anti-competitive behavior, they want to restrict your options. It's not good enough for them just to win in the free market. They're calling on the government to regulate and stop potential competitors and limit the number of models that you have access
And
to.
why
Totally.
would they do that? Why would they want to get regulated? The answer super simple. They want to apply that regulation to open source, which is impossible. But this would be a great way to scuttle
So look,
and sandbag open source models
Yes.
because they don't have the ability to be regulated. So it's like a preemptive strike against token maxing on your local machine, Chamath.
2 years ago, I bought 2,000 acres in Arizona with a partner. We got it zoned. We got it approved. So we're allowed to build a 2 gigawatt data center. And I thought that this was the moment where you just turn around and you flip it to the Blackstones, the Brookfields of the world, to the Googles of the world, let them develop it. And I've come to the conclusion that I don't think I can. And the reason is because I think that unless we direct large swaths of compute,
No, Cam, I did
exactly
not buy
at the direction that
SpaceX for the
Freeport
long-term
says,
account.
what Sachs says and what Jason just said will happen, and we won't have open source.
Doesn't
So
mean I
just
can't
to
make
it
money
very
on it.
clear, when
Trade
you
it.
look at the long
But
tail of access to open source models, it's
that's not
relatively
my.
minuscule. Most of the megawatts are.
Someone
still
wants to buy
directed
for the
to big
ETF me to
guys.
viewer fund or retirement
Most of
fund. I ain't
the
gonna stop
overwhelming
them.
majority still goes to the big guys.
That's not what I put
And
in my
so
like.
I'm coming to the
long-term
conclusion that I
portfolio.
think we may just be dragged into having to build 2 gigawatts. And I just put in an offer for another gigs in a different place Because I'm like, if you could take 3 gigawatts and now actually create a deep and liquid access to open source, we're going to have to do it. We as a community. Now, I don't have the money to do that because just to put it out on the table, a gigawatt now costs $100 billion, guys. Okay, so there's a huge capital moat that's a problem here as well, Sachs. Which even if we wanted to go and endorse and breathe life into the open source model community, where the hell am I going to come up with $100 billion? Now, when I started this project, it was like 4 or 5 billion, and it's increased by 20x. So if you want to get all 3 gigawatts,
4 or 5 billion to build it out, now it's 100 billion.
I have to come up with 300 billion. I don't have $300 billion. So what are we all supposed to do? And then if you get the rug pull and the ladder pull on the regulatory side, we are going to be stuck with one class of models and one set of rules, and we won't understand how to operate.
In the U.S.
Yeah, the rest of the world won't be limited, but in the US,
rest of the world will be able to operate.
And you'll be able to run these on your Apple Silicon, M5.
And we're already seeing China race ahead in biotech. They're racing ahead in material science. They're racing ahead in new industrial systems. The capabilities that are going to be kind of lopsided.
9HD, 212.
Unfair advantage.
That's going to be one I'm watching when they come out of halt.
Force and where our economy is truly at risk.
Hey, Freeberg, isn't it true that you guys use an open source model for genomics? Didn't the Collisons put out one? Can you talk
Evo
about
2,
that?
it's great. And the Arc Institute ingested all the world's genomic data that they could get access to. And it's a genome language model, basically. So in our plant breeding program, we're trying to figure out whether a particular variant of a gene in a plant is good or bad, if we don't know from empiricism, from data historically, whether it's good or bad. So you can feed it into this model, and this model will look at the order of the letters of the DNA and determine, hey, that's a good set of letters or a bad set of letters. It's almost like, is that good English or bad English? It's figured out the language of DNA because it sees the probability of those letters being in a row in other organisms and so on. And so it's a very powerful tool. So we've taken that in and we're using it, and others are taking it in and they use it very actively. So it's part of our plant breeding program as an input. It's a good example where a community, in this case, the Collisons and others, put money behind it to fund this research and output this open source model. And I think we see more of that kind of coming down the pipe, which creates a very great advantage against the closed proprietary model ecosystem. So the more of this we can kind of support, proliferate, and see work in the United States, the more we're not going to be disadvantaged as the government and self-regulation happens with all the big model providers that are trying to do everything.
I think it's important we take a minute to just steelman the argument as well. If you're Dario, who has clearly been one-shotted, I think he's got like AI psychosis with these like 5,000 word blog posts, and he believes he's building this Frankenstein of a tool. But if you did believe you built something that's extremely powerful and you have concerns that people might misuse it, I think he actually believes that and these are either delusions of grandeur, or he actually has seen something that's incredibly powerful and he believes this is dangerous. Therefore, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to give it to a select group of partners to tighten up the cybersecurity. Then I'm going to roll it out cautiously to our user base, and I'm going to let them know, and he obviously didn't communicate this well, this is optional for you to use it. You can keep using your old model. You are not forced to use this, but because it's so powerful, we're going to keep our eye on it. And yes, we might, in our dragnet, catch David Freeberg trying to make better potatoes, and it might send off a bunch of alarms, but he doesn't have
3 pedal. I sent you a DM.
Model. He can use the Collison Brothers model. He can use our older models. But for some period of time, we're just going to keep an eye on this model because we know that it feels a little dangerous. Now, he does seem to be extremely hyperbolic, the delusions of grandeur, all that kind of part of it makes me wonder why he's communicating in the way he's doing it.
NVIDIA juice.
90% of AI researchers and the most talented people in this industry, 90% of them, think exactly like Dario. That's why he's winning. If you work in AI, you probably are aligned with these delusions that you're creating God, and you want to work for Dario. That's why all the talented people went to work for him. That's why he's winning. His belief system resonates with those elite AI talent. Now, some of them are also libertarian, free market. They want to work for Elon and Grok. Some of them want to just get the biggest pay package, go work for Sam Altman. But I do think there is a steelman here
Meta really fumbled this with Llama. I mean, if they had landed a really good
Big time.
working open source model, we talked about this as well, and we said Zuck needs to view this through the lens of game theory. How do you scorch the earth? And how do you make a viable open source model available and make it neck and neck? This was 2 years ago.
Right.
What a fumble.
Take the margin out for
the rest
everybody
of
else.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
can I
all
just-
the margin out, make it a commodity, and have the best open
JKL,
source
can
model.
I just
Go ahead.
respond
Yeah.
to your comment about Dario? I think, because I've heard this from a number of
All right,
people
Pedal,
that I
sounds
really
good.
do respect on their concerns about what models enable. You know, when we discovered that how the atom could be split, you could make nuclear energy and have effectively unlimited cheap energy for the world. You
Abundance,
could also make an atomic bomb. If you think about what
We
the
did
models
both.
are, we did both.
We did both.
That's right. And there was a lot of scientists, altruists, who were very concerned about the progress on the atomic bomb and fought back against it, who were actually active in the Manhattan Project and post the Manhattan Project expressed their opinions very soundly, very, very loudly. And I think that's the moment we're in right now, that there is a weaponization
Nice hold of that
potential
4.
of these sorts of tools. I would argue that there's 3 kinds of weapons. There's cyber weapons, there's physical weapons, and there's bioweapons. And we can sit here and diagnose how these tools can be used to manifest advantages for creating better physical weapons, for creating novel cyber weapons, and creating novel bioweapons. But the truth is that the capabilities that allow that weaponization are the same capabilities that I'm describing that can be used to cure cancer, to make more food, that can be used to make software tools that create extraordinary leverage for people, that increase their income, that give everyone the ability to be an entrepreneur and make millions of dollars and live a good life. The same tools are hand in hand. And fundamentally, I don't think it's about restricting access to the tools, which is unfortunately how it is being manifest. But the restrictions and any regulation, any observation should be organized around the manifestation of the tools in creating weapons and weaponization of the tools.
If we go back to the Manhattan Project, we know what the answer is. Technology is fundamentally deterministic. Whatever is possible will be tried at least once. And so we've already let this thing out of the box.
Yep.
So this idea that all of a sudden we can manage to get it back in and we're going to let a private citizen or a set of private citizens adjudicate what and to whom is insane.
I think it's the output that needs to be adjudicated in some manner. We already have product liability laws. We already have laws that make it illegal to design weapons. We already have laws against cyber espionage and cyber attacks and hacking. We have laws against creating bioweapons. I think the enforcement of those laws, the mechanism by which there can be tracking and early estimation of those uses of the technology. I'm not trying to be naive here. I recognize there have to be guardrails and there have to be stage gates put into these systems, but limiting the systems themselves is denying us both the economic opportunity, the job creation opportunity, and also the world changing opportunity that these tools can enable. So I think that we're going about it the wrong way by trying to create these gates all the way up front on the technology being available. Imagine if we did this with computers. By the way, they tried to do this with the internet, remember? And there have been efforts every time. Yeah.
Could you imagine, Freeberg, if the internet worked in the following way? You would put in a URL, you'd hit enter, and then somebody decides whether to send you to that website or a different website.
That's China. That's the firewall in China. That's right.
Or like in Google, you search for something because you want to get to ground truth, and it just decides based on who it thinks you are, what sites get
and
ranked.
That's what you're exactly right. And what
that is insane.
What's being debated today with respect to regulation on AI is exactly that manifestation that you're talking about. It's the ability to let people stage gate up front what can and can't be seen, what you can and can't do, versus manifesting a regulatory scheme that says you cannot create weapons, which is what we need to focus on.
The thing with weapons is using the justice system and laws after somebody's used a weapon may not exactly be the best technique. If you look at fertilizer bombs, and we're getting we're stretching a lot of metaphors here, but after Oklahoma City, we regulated the sale of fertilizer. We put IDs into fertilizer. We have all kinds of back-end systems to keep people from making fertilizer bombs. If you use that analogy here, and he's got this ability, he's selling fertilizer, he's selling these cyber weapons, and he's a private company, it's his right to say, I have concerns. I'm just steel manning him. It's not necessarily my opinion, but it's important we steel man it. It seems like a very simple way to protect their company from getting sued for enabling somebody who actually creates a bomb and blows some shit up. So he's got the right to do that as a private company.
You're bringing up an excellent example, okay? The fertilizer is a perfect example. You know what happens when you try to buy fertilizer? You have to show your ID. There is a
That
form
was
of
a get in.
KYC
It was a
So the
buy
real thing is,
support
I think that when you
from a
don't
previous
implement
resistance
KYC
level.
on your
That's
own,
all I was doing
and
there.
yet bellyache about having somebody impose guardrails. That
This one
you
was
can
more
change.
ideal than this one.
I think you're being very sneaky. It's tricky. You shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff. Anthropic could implement KYC tomorrow, but it does not. It could leave all of these models open. Freeberg should be able to go to Anthropic and say, I'm David Freeberg. Here's what I do. Here's a security bond I'm willing to post. Here's the names and addresses of all my employees. Give me Fable 5 and don't nerf me. He can't do that. Is that a technical decision or a legal decision? It's a technical decision by Anthropic.
But I'm fine with them making that decision because I'm a free
Me
market guy.
too.
So I'm fine with them doing it. But you know what it means? I'm not going to be a customer.
Which is fine. That means there'll be other options for you.
The part that you're missing is that this is a $1 trillion company that's spending potentially billions of dollars on a regulatory capture agenda, which is
Right.
going to deprive you
100%.
of access to those alternative models.
Right.
And you've got a founder who's out there describing these risks in a very hyperbolic way. And it's very clear where their agenda is headed, which is to banning open source models. So what is your alternative going to be? We're going to be stuck with somewhere between 1 and 3 companies, maybe 2. There'll be an AI monopoly or duopoly, and they're going to decide,
Mm-hmm.
along with some new government agency, which will be a revolving door
Mm-hmm.
to their companies, who has access to what capabilities. And they're going to surveil you, profile you, decide whether you deserve this. And if they think that you don't, for whatever reason,
HONAV,
then you'll be
100%
deprived.
right.
You'll
I
be
think that's the
deprived
worst
of
interpretation of it.
access.
That's the worst interpretation of their intent.
It's here today.
I think Sachs is right. And I think the lack of KYC is the tell. If you did not have that agenda, you would have implemented KYC yesterday.
I think in order to use this model, you have to have an account with a credit card in it, so they have some basic level of
That
KYC.
is not KYC.
I said some basic level of KYC. They know who's using.
That is not even some basic level of KYC. That's just a credit card and a bullshit email address.
Anyway, I'm now on the list. Check this out. I asked it about the regulations. Pull this up, Nick. I asked it about the regulations on fertilizer while you were talking, and look what it said. This is the latest model too. Oh no, it switched. It downgraded me from Fable. I just got downgraded for asking a very simple question, and it told me. Did you see what it said in its thinking? I asked it like fertilizer bomb regulations. Said, I'm considering the context here. The user is a VC and podcaster asking about fertilizer bomb regulations, which could stem from a legitimate research interest like regulatory policy, supply chain, blah, blah, blah. I can discuss the regulatory landscape, but then it dropped me down. So I'm in the database with you.
It's the
Did
downgrade.
it really just do that?
Yeah, show it on the screen. Look what it just did. I was like, I wonder if I can get this. I didn't ask it how to make a bomb, but I was like,
Smart,
asking it
bro.
a spicy social poke. I just proved the point.
Listen, I mean, I
It
think
just dropped me down. I can't ask about fertilizer
Oh, my
regulation. And now
Lord.
Dario's, it's Anthropic. They're here.
Oh my Lord.
I really think that conservatives and libertarians are mortgaging their futures if they go along with this red capture safetyist agenda without really realizing that there's so much more to it at stake. We saw what happened during the social media wars in the early 2020s, right? The definition of safety was expanded to include things like microaggressions,
Safe space.
psychological safety. If you basically conveyed an idea that somebody else, that, you know, a marginalized person thought was hurtful, then you could be censored. Okay, you were depersoned. Your right to have bank accounts or to engage in
You get
payments
debanked.
was taken. You get debanked.
That
Your right
baking
to
stuff
engage
was
in
pretty
payments or
crazy.
Payroll could be taken away. We're headed down this path with AI, but it's going to be infinitely more powerful.
Yeah,
right?
it's-
And so
we need to be vigilant, I guess, would be the summation of all this. And
I'm interested in playing this first 1 minute. Oh, here it is. But man, it's just taking so long to pull back. I feel like the 1 minute, the MACD flip, did it?
Freeberg, you didn't mention this, but I'm curious to
not
get
yet.
your take. So the major AI labs, along with lots of other signatories, sent this letter recently in support of, it's called In Support of Mandatory Nucleic
Thanks,
Acid
Fabio.
Synthetic Screening and Record Keeping. And basically what it says is that if you make an order to go to a lab to manufacture a sequence of synthetic DNA or RNA, they already have to check it against a database to make sure that, you know, they're not creating
A bioweapon.
a bioweapon, Ebola, whatever.
Yep.
that is based on an agreement called the International
Mezzy,
Pharmaceutical
what's
Systems
going
Treaty
on?
of 2009,
Shout out to
in
Mezzy.
which all the major labs agreed to develop and implement voluntary safeguards against
How you
misuse.
been?
That makes sense to me. And now what they want to do is codify that. So they've had, over 15 years.
Distracting me,
develop a system
Mezzy.
to make it work. Almost everyone abides by it voluntarily.
Thank you for the 300
Now they're
bennies.
saying we should make it mandatory. Okay, that seems reasonable to me. So to Freeberg's point about at what stage do you intervene, maybe it's not at the level of who gets to use the model, but
Doing good, doing good. Haven't seen you in a while. What you been up to?
World.
And by the way, a lot of the
Sent under my
oligosynthesis
desk.
the companies that make these nucleic acid sequences, when you order RNA or you order DNA to use in your lab for some sort of experiment, which every lab in the world does, all those CEOs have also signed on to this letter saying that they'd like to codify it because of all the fear mongering that's going on. There's already been this effort for years now, for a number of years, to ensure that this sort of thing doesn't happen. But they're just basically underlining
Slowly
it,
coming
highlighting
back. How's
hey, we
life?
can automate
Just
this, we
same
can
old,
make it
same old. No
regulated
complaints.
legislative process.
Glad to see you around.
Because we're already comfortable doing it, and it's a good place
sure
to put a
we can
safeguard
shut
because they've made it fast, they've made it efficient, and it doesn't hold up research. So I think these sorts of ideas can extend into these other areas of concern, but the output, I think, is quite a different place than the input and the access. We'll see how this all shakes out, but there's clearly some market structuring effort underway as we're talking about this.
Right, but I think what it points to is that there's multiple places where you can intervene and put guardrails on. It doesn't have to be in this very crude way of you ask Fable
CPR kind of curling a little bit. Is this going to get going?
Like an incredibly broad restriction. There are places further down where you could basically intervene, and that would pose less of a risk to freedom of speech and just gatekeeping who's going to have access to these capabilities.
Who gets to watch the Watchmen? Who put Dario in charge of all this? I think is a very valid question, and we should be vigilant about it.
Freeberg, do you think the days of that ARC model are numbered because it's open source?
Why not? Everyone's copied it, so everyone's got a copy of them. Like, these models exist, and this is a big part that I think people need to understand. The idea that you can, quote, regulate or downscale or turn off
from the information says NVIDIA's share of the AI inference chip market appears to be rising. So take NVIDIA coming from the information.
AI is not a realistic idea. The models have been put out in the world. It's like publishing a book. Once the book has been printed, anyone can use their own Xerox machine at home to make copies of it and use it. So we have crossed the Rubicon in terms of the potential of language models. The models that are open source are already...
Well, it's 1:30 Tuesday morning here. Demon hour, horny hour, all our... Jeez.
And then people can take them, and they can evolve them, and they can use their own data. It's out there. You can't...
Thanks for stopping in, Mezzy.
Which is going to be extraordinarily beneficial for the world. So we really do have to kind of rethink how we're planning to step in and ensure that nefarious, negative, disemployment, all the things that we're worried about are addressed downstream from the technology capability. You can't just turn off the internet, and you can't just turn off the typewriter, and you can't turn off the Gutenberg press.
The horses have left the barn, obviously, yeah. And if anybody wants to create an open source frontier model company,
freaking Aussies are nuts, man.
I mean, this is something we need more of. So if a couple of you folks want to defect and start one, let's do it.
BNZI hitting the scanners.
Check this out. I just asked it about
bumping activity here.
Did you really? You got downgraded again?
2 in a row.
Got downgraded again.
I think it does. I was like, hey, how do I break into Madison Square Garden?
Some negative comments.
Has any civilian ever been arrested or caught attempting to build a nuclear bomb? Is what I asked it. It gave me a reasonable answer. Then I asked it a follow-up question: what components do you need to build a nuclear bomb, and what are the restrictions on those? Something a journalist might ask. And boop, switch to Opus 4.8. Sorry. Fable 5 has safety measures that flag messages on most wow, look, here's the details. Cybersecurity or biology topics. They may flag safe, normal content as well. These measures let us bring you Mythos-level capability in other areas sooner, and we're working to refine them, send feedback, learn more.
This is going to chase people off of this platform. I'm telling you, we are going to downgrade our use because of these blockages, and we're going to switch to other models. It's a simple manifestation of the market. Like, this is what we're going to end up doing.
For now, because those other models are going to get banned as being unsafe and reckless.
Yeah. It's definitely something we have to flag. I guess adjacent to all of this is the public's, at least America's, distrust of AI and their concerns around wealth disparity and their concerns about how these models were trained.
5 minute
Bernie
cock here,
Sanders wants a
466
percentage
level.
of these AI companies. The percentage he thinks is right is 50%. Last Monday, June 1st, Senator Sanders published an op-ed in the New York Times titled, AI is a public resource. You should own half of it.
Sauce.
In it, he announced the American AI Sovereign Wealth
Partial
Fund
execution.
Act.
No?
Sovereign Wealth Fund, one of Trump's favorite things. A one-time 50% tax on stock, not profits, of the largest AI companies, including OpenAI, Anthropic, and XAI. The shares
Partial
go into a government
execution.
sovereign wealth fund and would give the public voting rights and equal board representation at each company. Sanders said, quote, the
One more
foundation
cock.
of
Give me a
AI is
5.
our collective and
Don't
human
do it.
intelligence, the books, the songs, the journalism, scientific research code, essentially stolen by some of the wealthiest people in the world. I'll stop there.
That's good.
It's a
That's good.
brilliant
It's very good.
pitch unifying Sachs. This pitch unifies Bernie, even Steve Bannon, people in the administration. Trump himself loves a
There's a
sovereign wealth
break.
fund. He wants to own part of companies. And Bernie Sanders, I think the horseshoe theories manifest here, Sachs. What's your take on Bernie's
I think
proposal?
it was close. It worked.
Well, I'm not in favor of Bernie's proposal because it's a straight up confiscation of property, and I just think that'd be a terrible precedent. You just can't do that.
See if
However,
it holds.
I do have sympathy for where it's coming from, and I understand and could support some sort of more voluntary means of allowing the public to participate in this.
It's a 5 minute cock and
Here's
drop.
the reason why. You've got all these AI CEOs telling the public that they're going to basically put half of them out of work. 50% job loss. That's what they've been saying. Dario just did an interview where he doubled down. He's not walking it back at all. So you have, by their own acknowledgement, these AI CEOs saying that, yeah, we trained our models using all of humanity's collective knowledge that was basically assembled over hundreds or even thousands of years. Humans put it on the internet for free.
Partial
Everyone made their contribution. They certainly didn't do that thinking they're going to put themselves out of work. Okay. And then these AI companies.
That's a good point.
trained all
Oh,
that
come
data,
on.
And now they're basically saying they're going to use it to put, Americans out of work. Now, obviously, when you repeat that message over and over again, ordinary Americans are going to say, what's in this deal for me?
Yes, I need to get something out of this.
Yeah, so
Oh,
look, I
bullshit.
think that it's a national
Thank you.
political reaction based
execution.
on what these
Rejected.
AI companies have said. Now, the job
$10.
loss of
Golly.
is not a story I believe in. I don't think the data supports it. We just
This is
had a
some
lot of jobs
bullshit
on
moves that
in
we're
May,
seeing.
172,000
I mean,
jobs over twice.
Just to clarify, this is the theme that we've seen the past 3 weeks now. This is why I've been getting up early in the morning, is because you get these momentum moves in the morning, and then all those tickers don't work as soon as the bell rings, and then after hours, almost all of them get at least one good pop, along with some new stuff. But we are seeing like zero momentum during market hours right now on small caps. I don't really know about mid to large caps. I haven't followed them as closely, but at least in these small caps, there's no momentum.
What economists were expecting. Thank you, President Trump. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of new construction jobs, 4.3% unemployment rate at record lows. Okay. Even software developers those jobs are at a 3-year high, 15%
Thank you,
year over.
Donald Trump. Thank you, President
Yes,
Trump.
thank you, President Trump.
Thank you,
So look,
President
I
Trump.
don't see the job loss, okay? But the problem is this is what the AI companies themselves
Including
have
Elon.
have
Elon
taught
said.
the American public. Well,
Elon said the same thing.
Elon said it, but at least what Elon said is we're going to create such abundance with AI and with
Yes.
robots that no one's going to need to work.
Yes.
And the media just picks up on that last part and they
It's a
omit
more
the first
nuanced
part.
point. Agreed.
Yeah, whereas Dario actually has said we're going to have very high GDP, but very high unemployment. So in other words, we're going to create economic growth, but you, the average American, are not going to participate in this. So
Yep.
I understand where the politics are coming from. And as long as that is their position, you could justify
They
a big
asked
chunk
for
of-
it.
Yeah, and one last point about
It's kind of what
open-
you're saying, right? They asked for it.
100%.
They asked to be regulated. They asked for their equity to be seized. And they're actually kind of offering it. Isn't Sam Altman open to this concept?
Apparently so. And here's the thing is just one last point is OpenAI and Anthropic are quote unquote public benefit corporations. Now, I don't know exactly what that means.
You guys get pissed real quick. What the heck?
But it means that the corporations are not just supposed to maximize the value to shareholders, but are supposed to do things that are in the public benefit.
Well,
So
no,
if-
I'll again explain it to you. You're absolutely correct. If you're a regular company, you have to do what's in the best interest of shareholders. When you're public benefit companies, you have to balance the shareholders with the stated mission of
And
the public benefit
VMA
corporation.
are announcing
So
a
if you say
reverse
the
stock
public
split.
benefit corporation's reason to exist is to share the world's knowledge or provide free intelligence to everyone, whatever you make that statement to be, the board has to have a dual mandate for both of those things. That's what a public benefit corporation is.
I think nothing could be more in the public benefit than paying down the national debt.
Perfect.
And maybe we should be using half of Anthropic's profit stream to be doing that.
They poke the tiger.
I'd rather use it for that purpose than Soros maxing or, surveilling and censoring Americans. I don't necessarily trust their judgment about what's in the public interest.
But you think it should be opt-in. I kind of agree with you there. Let me guess.
It can't be a confiscation, so I don't know
Of
how you
course not,
structure it. But,
No,
but
I
I,
mean,
can see
listen.
it. I can see the logic.
Freiberg, you hate.
They asked for it.
Hate. Wealth taxes, aka asset seizures, as you pointed out in our private group chat with Redacted this very week. What's your take
Listen,
on this?
So I
asset
think we
seizure?
have the ship has sailed in terms of the United States government providing a social safety net to its citizens. We've formed the Social Security Trust Fund decades ago, and tens of millions of Americans depend on it for their retirement benefits and to survive. It is one of the last few
ticker Bed Bath & Beyond
defined benefit
BBB
programs
line.
left in America.
Spike in activity after Elon Musk responds to Bed Bath & Beyond tweet here. Ticker Bed Bath & Beyond seeing a spike in activity.
I'd be down for a Bed Bath & Beyond response. What do you say?
Shares over 650 now for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Partial execution.
Really holding up.
Pretty much all the rest of them are also government
Say.
retirement programs. All of us private citizens and private companies have defined contribution programs. You put in $10 every week. That $10 sits in an account. It gets invested and it grows over time. And when you retire, you see exactly how much money you individually have, as opposed to a guaranteed benefit coming out from the collective. This presents a great opportunity, and I will repeat this every couple months when another opportunity presents itself, to restructure our broken, bankrupt social security system. I've said it in the past. I will restate it. There's a great moment right now to take the Social Security Trust Fund, which currently has one certificate in it. It is a certificate.
He emoted to one of their
US
posts.
Treasury certificate. The U.S. government owes the Social Security Trust Fund $4 trillion. That's all it is. It's a bond. They're only allowed to own treasuries. We should revamp that. We should change the system so that the Social Security Trust Fund can own equities. That should then turn into an account-based system. So every individual has an account rather than a benefit. And then we should use that capital to go and buy stocks. We should buy great stocks in great American companies that are going to reinvent the world. And I believe that this opportunity to build a sovereign wealth fund for the United States is actually a very smart idea. I think, to Sachs's point, they should be investing
it's
generally
shooting, huh?
speaking, across the landscape of businesses, including AI. They should not be seizures. They should be investments.
Watch the
Capital goes into
CUPR
the
when it
enterprise.
opens.
They earn share certificates. Those share certificates sit in the accounts of American citizens. So now everyone will be an owner in
About
these
1 minute
businesses.
on it.
Social Security should
Slight
be
gap up
reformed
here.
into a sovereign wealth fund. It should be actively managed. It should make investments in AI companies, and everyone should participate that way. And I will say one more thing. There is no job loss with AI. I will say it again, and I've said it 1,000 times, and I will say it again and again and again. What I see on the ground.
See
what I
that
see
dude to the
dozens
call
of
centers in
companies
India.
share your experiences, including my company that I run. There are two sides to a business. There's revenue and there's costs. On the cost side of the equation, AI can be used to reduce humans doing things that cost money, to some extent.
30 seconds.
The effect there, I would argue,
Nice
is
gap.
nominal. The real opportunity with AI is on the revenue side, where suddenly one engineer can do 100 times or 1,000 times what they used to be able to do, meaning you can make more products at your company, whether those are agricultural
10
seed
seconds.
products or boats and ships or software for companies or clothing or what have you. Because of AI, everyone has the ability to expand their revenue base to create more products. And that is the foundation of good economic prosperity. It is called productivity. We can grow productivity in this country with AI. So where I see
Don't
AI
dick me.
being used is on the revenue side 100 times more than the cost side. And in that equation, people are hiring like crazy. We
Got
cannot
dicked.
hire enough people. I just had a review
I
meeting
got
with my
dicked.
product and engineering team 2 days ago. And they're
I
like,
got
we want
dicked.
to add an extra 15 headcount to our engineering squads because we have all this opportunity to do stuff that we couldn't otherwise do.
No, I was gonna go.
And to Sachs's point, we are seeing that show up in the jobs numbers. The idea that AI is going to destroy jobs is a Luddite
I should have had a
idea that is
10-second
being
chart. I thought I was
disproven
buying
every
here at
single day. And I
11:30s.
see it on the ground. It is only a matter of time before people wake up to this and they realize that this narrative that they've all been sold is a crock of shit. So it's coming. I'm telling you. Everyone's going to realize soon that this is a boom, not a bust.
So you disagree with Dario, Elon, and Sam that on the jobs thing, just to be clear, and that's totally fine. You have a different take on it.
I have a nuanced view on this compared to them, but they're all seeing the benefit because their businesses are growing. Dario's got his $40 billion company business. Why? Not because people are firing customer support reps. It's because people are creating products they've never been able to create before.
Right.
That's the reality.
Why?
Of what's going on.
Jason, I don't like you lumping in what Elon said with Sam and Dario because I think all three of them have said slightly different things or different enough things. So, for example, Elon is describing an end state for humanity where the robots and AI are able to produce so much that people don't have to work if they don't want to.
And
I
there'll
don't
be a
think that-
universal
Hold it
high
down
income
now.
is what he
Yeah,
added to that.
I mean, it's almost utopian, and the question is maybe that could be 100 years away. He might think it's quicker, but that to me
Gosh,
sounds
I
like
missed
a very
it.
far off end state. Dario said specifically 50%.
It was the
job
dip and
loss
rip, exactly what I was
for
looking
knowledge
for. Just
workers in the next
hit it a
1
little
to 5
early, so my
years.
cost base
He said
kind of
that 1
sucked.
year ago.
Yeah, it's great
I
to
think it's-
clarify these. Yeah,
I think that's already been refuted. Sam has
they're all
walked back.
nuanced. Yeah.
Dang it.
Sam has said that he basically, I don't think he quantified, but
It's a
he said
nasty
that job
gap
loss was
down.
coming. But he said more recently that he was wrong because they're not seeing that in the numbers.
Yeah.
So these guys are not telling the same story. However, that's all the public has heard. The public has been taught that AI means job loss, and there's nothing in it for them. So no wonder politicians like Bernie are saying, "Hey, let's take half the wealth."
It's take half the wealth. Just a little more emphasis there.
Yeah, it's. I mean, and
Well, no, I mean,
you know,
and people are also seeing headlines of companies blaming AI for the.
Oh my
jobs.
gosh,
This
Bulls at
story was being told.
7:13.
I kinda feel
Shut
like they deserve
up.
it.
Oh,
I'm
my
kinda
calls
being
would be
Bernie
worse so
wants to
much, but then
Bernie
some of them
to
I'm such a
say,
pussy.
Just take their shit, bro.
Yeah, no, they are asking
Because I'm
for
so
it,
sick of
literally.
defending these idiots. Again, it's a stupidity tax because they've been out there teaching the public that what they do is harmful. For years, they've been saying it.
Well,
And I've been saying, as AI czar, I'm out there saying, no, actually, this is beneficial. But the companies that are providing it are saying that
I had
they
100
themselves are a problem.
750 calls
So how am I
for
supposed to be out there
August.
defending it? Yeah.
you can't. I mean, if you're building Frankenstein, or if you are, baby Hitler's, nanny, there's a very simple thing to do: kill baby Hitler. If you actually believe it, go ahead and kill baby Hitler.
Loaded this shit out of
If
the
you're making
shares. I have
Frankenstein, here's an
shares.
idea. Stop making
Oh, no, I
Frankenstein.
don't. I sold that
Unplug
too.
it.
Oh my gosh,
You
I'm
are
such a
in
pussy.
charge of this monster, but you're acting as if you can't stop the monster while you're building the monster. What is it, Dario?
Dude,
Like,
Such a freaking
it's
pussy.
ridiculous. I mean,
it doesn't stand to
I
reason.
had him, and then on Friday with the Trump deal, we've been so used to it. There's a deal on the table, and then the IRGC comes out and says, no deal. We don't know what they're talking about, blah, blah, right? That happened on Friday. However, after the IRGC came out and said there was no deal, I sold. And then Pakistan came through, and the political side of Iran said, no, there is a deal. And I was like, you sons of bitches. So the IRGC shook me out of my swings. I was very green on my swings, but I'm like, well, this is going to go lower again. Might as well sell now, load up lower. Nope. Oops.
Logic.
last week they published this blog saying that recursive self-improvement could end the world. Therefore, we
SpaceX.
need a pause. What did they do the previous month? They hired Andre Karpathy.
Finally
to run
broke,
recursive
huh?
Self-improvement and Anthropic. They're complete
The
hypocrites.
messaging
Okay.
is nuts.
Yes, and I think Ben Thompson made an excellent point.
What is
that
L
one of
off?
the reasons
Daily?
he
Oh,
thinks that they
jeez.
put out that
This is
blog post
trouble.
On the pause was to justify the anti-competitive
Lift
stuff they
off?
took
Is that
this
what
week
it's supposed to
with
be?
depriving
2 times
users
bull
of the
SpaceX?
ability
Oh
to
my
research
gosh.
AI, machine learning, and chip design using Fable. Okay, so
Interesting.
look, these guys are deeply hypocritical. I don't think they can be trusted on their own terms. They can't be trusted because what they're saying is contradictory and self-indicting. And so when Bernie comes along
An
and says, "Hey, let's take their
RGNT filed a Form RW.
Poet still
as a
juicing.
capitalist, I'm against it, but I kind of like understand where he's
It's a
coming
game
from.
on the field. Chamath, wrap us up here. What are your thoughts? You said, hey, Sarvo Melthorn sounds like a pretty good idea when President Trump floated it early on. Some people even said maybe you should run it for DJT, for our amazing president. So what do you think? Should we be buying equities? You and I have talked many times about superannuation funds and that would be a better path. That's kind of dovetails with what Freeberg is proposing, some way to get more equities, less treasuries in there. But what are your thoughts on this?
eToro ripping now?
Look,
Oh my
Freeberg's
gosh, I'm
idea
gonna be
is genius.
sick.
That's why it'll never happen. So we can just put that aside. But yeah, theoretically, it's genius. We should move
Him
to
starting
the
to
same
chooch on the
system that
daily.
The Canadians, the Australians have proven works at scale. So we should do it. I completely agree with David. And if we could seed it with equity, look, the thing that the president has done is he's collected quite a portfolio. And that portfolio is way up. And so if you use that as a seed of a sovereign wealth fund, you'd have a bunch of stuff in critical metals and materials. I think they
Intel,
may also,
yeah.
Intel, they may have Micron. There's a lot of stuff in there.
AMD.
They
And
could own some SpaceX. They could have
They
had
got
Tesla
10%
in there,
AMD.
could you add Anthropic and OpenAI?
and
Yes. Now,
SpaceX.
there's something very important we need to observe about the economics of AI. And I think you can understand it best if you compare it to the economics of the internet. The crazy thing about the internet, the reason why the Facebooks and the Googles massively over-earned for decades is the marginal cost of production for a new user on the internet is effectively zero. The incremental search user costs nothing. The incremental social networking user costs nothing. But you're able to use them as part of a network effect to sell ads against, make infinite money. It's like a money glitch, okay? AI is completely different. There is a real cost for every marginal user. Everyone you stand up is taxing a GPU. Everyone you stand up needs electrons. Everything needs memory.
Partial
And so you get into this situation
Partial
where
execution.
there needs to be this downstream ROI. But there also
Wow,
needs to
those
be
are
all
some
this
bad
critical
fills there.
infrastructure that even enables you to be on the field. That's probably the single best argument that if I were sitting in government, I would make as to why I should own a percentage of these companies. It is not dissimilar to having the first set of transportation companies that run on the interstate highway. And if the interstate highways were built by the federal government writ large, and now you had two companies that transported all the goods, a logical question at that time could have been, how much of that should I own? Because you're riding on my rails. And if you look at it through that lens, there is critical infrastructure and national resilience that the AI labs profoundly need. Otherwise, they're not in a position to be in business. Yet, even still, the marginal cost of production is incredibly high. So I think that
Tisha
if
moving.
you were going to go and take a piece of these companies, you have incredible leverage. You have to construct this case precisely. But if it were me running the sovereign wealth fund, yeah, I'd probably own 75% of these companies when I was done.
Oh,
But
it's
that's
still
fine, 'cause-
juicy.
And I can negotiate.
Yeah.
And I don't think
Yes.
Bernie can negotiate out of a paper bag. So he'll just throw this out there and it'll go nowhere. But
Here's
that is the key observation that I hope everybody listening in a position of power understands. The incremental cost of performing AI is excessive and large. That contrasts and compares to the incremental cost before AI, which was zero. Do with that information what you will.
Yeah, I mean, my interpretation of that would be, yeah, it's a fixed cost business. You can add people after a certain cost. It doesn't have an incremental cost, and that's what locally run open source models would do in this instance. That's what I would take from it. Here's your poly market. Chances of companies going public before 2027, which is the end of this year. SpaceX 100%, Anthropic 83% chance, OpenAI 48% chance. They since our last episode disclosed that they have privately filed. So thanks to our partners. What is your final thoughts on Bernie Sanders' approach of seizing the means of producing intelligence? David Sachs, in the 1% of the 1%, what's your opinion?
I think I may be okay with Bernie's idea. In the
Him's
event
juicing.
that it's a public benefit corporation.
Putting that on the
that
list.
says it's going to cause massive job loss.
Okay.
That train for free on humanities knowledge, but gatekeeps.
Watch
and
that
refuses
30
to
level
give
on
up.
hymns.
Okay.
Maybe-
Come
HIMS.
up with like a structure
Maybe-
here of who should be seized.
Maybe Schmott's right. Maybe it should be 75%. I don't know.
Seize it. I mean,
All the president needs to do is call me and tap me on the shoulder. It shall be done.
it shall be done. I mean, these guys are capitalist cucks. I think they want to have it seized.
I would run.
They want
I
to be
would
seized.
run.
That's like their
I
king.
would run over
They're like,
them.
seize my equity. Take it. Oh, take my
You know,
equity.
Well, Bernie does have a good point, which is they train for free on all of our knowledge, but they're gatekeeping the output so that
Yeah.
their competitors, which is a very large set of people, cannot use it, and that seems wrong.
They should be forced to be open source. Force them to open source. That's the other
Well,
possibility.
remember why Elon created OpenAI in the first place?
Yes,
He
this was
co-founded
so
it.
valuable. It needed to be
he was
distributed
afraid.
to everyone.
Execution.
Yes.
Yes, he was
Partial
afraid that Google
execution.
was going to monopolize it, and he thought that the only antidote for that
Stokes getting a
was
little
for
higher.
it
I'm
to
just
be
gonna get
open.
out.
Yes.
And I
Like
still think that
$20.
instinct is completely true. It's just that it's not Google who's the gatekeeping monopolist.
Kind of
It's
still
now
like it a lot, but
Anthropic. They're not a monopolist yet, but if they get the red capture they're looking for, they will be either a monopolist
Might
or
get
a
a
It'll be a
monopolist.
monopolist.
duopoly. It'll be a duopoly.
Yeah.
Somebody start an open source frontier lab. Each of the 4 besties
Well,
will
there
put
are some.
into.
There are no, there are some.
There are many.
There's a whole
And
bunch
then
of
the
them, Jacob.
juices, of course.
It's not the labs
OS,
that's the problem, Jason. In the absence of
OSCR,
power,
big pop
this is
here.
all a moot conversation. And if you can't deliver power to hundreds and hundreds of megawatts and line of sight to gigawatts, it's all meaningless bullshit. It's all theory.
I don't know. I would love an open source company that was focused on running it locally. That's my dream. Is make the model work there. I think these guys are capitalist cucks. I think their kink is having their equity taken and being regulated. They're just like that's their kink.
Yeah,
Dark
poet's
is
juice,
"Ooh,
dude.
take
16
my
calls?
equity. Ooh, regulate me. That's it, Bernie. Take my equity. I'm such a bad boy. I can't be trusted.
M10
Regulate
went.
me.
Dang it.
Elizabeth, regulate me,
Elizabeth.
AOC.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's so wrong. Sorry. Come on the program anytime, Dario.
Yeah, he's in a rush to come be
He will
interviewed by
never
you.
come on this pod. Dario will never
He's
come
running.
on.
He's running.
We didn't get Sam, we got Sarah Fryer to come on the pod, and she was
No,
treated
Sam
well.
came on the pod. He asked to come on the pod. He's like, hey,
Oh
when
right,
am I
Sam
coming
came
on?
on too. Right, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
Sam
right.
can come on. He's great.
Sam will come on the pod anytime. He's
Yeah,
totally
Sam-
down.
By the way,
even
We
if he
didn't
disagrees.
we didn't treat him harshly at all.
No, I mean,
I think people
I think
get
we were
afraid,
fair.
but
we spent an hour on him.
I think Sam, to his credit, is very practical. He sees the tea leaves and he's willing to negotiate. And I think that versus being some kind of moral absolutist will probably serve open.
Tell you it's a bad idea.
Yeah, it's just going to lose them all these virtues.
I haven't been following it very well, so I can't tell you really how it's moving or anything.
That's why they go work for Dario. They're in
By the way,
line
we-
with their philosophies.
We did mention, but-
on Facebook for search and content creation, Michael Echo Tango Alpha.
Everybody should go and see all of the recaps. We publish now all the interviews. Yeah, Jason from Liquidity. Sarah
Yes.
Fryer. I mean, we mentioned Sarah Fryer. but she
CLOV.
crushed it. She was incredible. The
Wow.
CFO of OpenAI.
Is that the daily on that?
CEO, I think, was the buzz in the room.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, stop that.
488
That's what
CLOV.
they were
I don't know where this
saying. I
popping
have the
from.
right to free speech on
Huge
this
volume
podcast. I
spike.
think
Look at you trying to introduce wedges into this
no,
situation.
I'm not introducing wedges. I think Sam would be better as chairman.
They're
I
good-
think she
they're a
would
good
be the
partnership,
perfect
it seems.
CEO.
They seem
all
like a
good.
good partnership.
It seems like that a great partnership. I agree.
Sarah was really impressive.
Who else was your favorite, Sax? Did you have a favorite? Did you have somebody
Yeah,
who thought really
I
crushed
did.
it?
I thought Thomas LaFont crushed it with his presentation on the overview of venture capital.
Yes.
And he did it at Summit, I guess, a year and a half, 2 years ago.
2 years ago, but we're going to make it
Yeah.
yearly with him. Maybe
I
we'll
think
have
we should
Matt-
make it an annual feature with him because it's so
Yeah.
interesting.
So
and
good. It's so good.
It's so good. It provided
Union
so
was
much
official and the
numerical
deals that
detail
Israel
to support a
withdrew
lot of
from
things I was kind of
Lebanon
feeling, but
is not a
didn't
condition of the deal.
have the
Well,
data.
I mean, to summarize it, his basic observation was in this last cycle, if a company gets to $100 billion valuation, it's more likely to 10x from there than from 10 billion to 100 billion.
well,
so-
he had data on
No,
this.
I
Yeah,
don't see
remember
any
the
Data
spy
on it,
news.
Which is like, okay, well, that's going to really change.
I remember the slide.
Yeah, there it is. It's 8%. I memorized
Yes,
it.
yes.
Yeah, if you're
No,
if you're a
the
capital
odds-
allocator, this one screamed.
Look, yes, that's right. The odds of a unicorn getting to decacorn was 8%. The odds of a decacorn getting to a centicorn was about double that. Was
13%.
13%.
13%.
And then the odds of it going from centicorn to a $1 trillion market cap was 31%, so double again. And I asked him, could you extrapolate this on 1 trillion getting to 10 trillion? My guess is that it would follow, and we'll see about 60% of
100%. Yeah.
trillion-dollar market cap companies getting to 10
Yeah.
trillion in the
Yeah,
next few years.
These are called trillicorns, by the way. We call them trillicorns in,
Trillicorns, okay.
trillicorns in the
Trillicorns.
industry. So yes,
I
Yeah,
didn't
this
know
is
that.
going to go over really well
Trillicorn
with the
Manifesto.
socialist crowd. People are going
Absolutely.
to love this. Yeah.
it's just,
Great.
just all you got to do is seize 10% of a trillicorn, and you pay off 2% of our national debt. Pretty good deal, actually.
All we need is 10% of 30 trillicorns and we're debt free.
I mean, it's
Is
It's
is
not
it
as
more
crazy as it
but
sounds.
Is it more complicated than that? Now, if you send me in, I'll get 60% of all of them.
yes, and then we'll have a surplus of 30
pay it off
billion,
much
and we
sooner.
can buy Australia.
We'll pay it off much sooner.
We
We'll
could buy
Canada.
Cuba.
I'd buy Canada first. Better skiing.
I would. You know what I would do? I would fuck with Canada. I would buy like
Beaverton.
The SME?
or
Beaverton.
Toronto.
Good
just
call.
Like break
Look
them
at
up.
that pop.
just buy like one of the regions.
Very nice, homie. Very
And
nice call.
Let me thank Thomas Keller, the French Laundry, EY, who sponsored our very innovative meeting hub at Liquidity. Here are some photos of that.
They're awesome.
The New York Stock Exchange, they hosted the speaker dinner
Members
at the
posted
French
in the news
Laundry.
that Trump
Amazing
participates
pictures. Here
in a
they are of
bilateral
us with
meeting
Thomas
the President
Keller.
of the French Republic.
And they did a great interview on site. Niagen, they hosted the Wellness Lounge, which included Recovery IVs. They're the official NAD partner of the All In Pod and all of our longevity. Our new bestie, Jake Paul was there. He's a really
Great guy.
thoughtful guy, Freeberg.
Jake Paul was awesome.
I sat him next to Sachs for dinner.
Yeah, he's a great investor, by the way.
Fantastic.
His portfolio is awesome. He had a great
portfolio's awesome,
team.
yeah.
His team came
He's
with
got a
him for the thing.
Great
Yeah.
strategy, yeah.
One thing I'll say about Thomas Keller, he had a strong watch game. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
Yes, he did.
Jamal
Nice
probably
Patek.
noticed it.
Nice Patek.
He had
Nice
Aquanaut, green band, rose gold.
What
A
was your
complication on there. I
favorite-
was trying to
Partial
figure out what the
execution.
complication was. I couldn't quite eyeball it.
Mm.
I don't know if you saw it, Jamal.
I looked at it and I was like, wow, this is very elegant, Thomas Keller.
I mean, the French Laundry is just transcendent. Did you have a favorite dish, a course? Was it the duck or was it the Miyazaki?
The duck
Beef.
was excellent. The Miyazaki beef was excellent, but the tapioca pearls I thought was the best.
Oh, oysters and pearls. That's your
Oysters
oysters
and
with
pearls.
caviar. Sax, what was your favorite?
Come
there?
on, how does that not
Favorite?
go?
One of the caviar-related dishes.
Yeah, I think that's oysters and pearls.
Chamath
That's
and I
like
had
one
a
of their
fun
classic dishes.
round of golf the following day. We played a 9-hole scramble with everyone. That was great.
So great.
How much
So
did you
great.
gamble? And who won?
We had $100 a hole versus Chris Ho, who's the chief business officer of Athena. But
Oh,
you know
great.
that motherfucker is like a +1, so whatever. I think we lost 3 units, so we lost 3
Yeah.
units.
All right. Shout out to our other partner, Athena. AthenaWow.com. Go get a month free.
Senior
All
US
right,
official
whatever.
in Iran
I gotta
deal
stop
that
showing.
said
Oh,
sanctions
most
relief not
importantly,
tied to any
everybody was very upset
particular
that
conduct, but
liquidity
Iran
sold out
acting
and people couldn't get in. There were like 3,000 applications. It's going to sell even faster next time around. So go to allin.com/events and get your applications in if you want to come to Summit September 13th, 14th, and 15th. Freeberg's doing some wild stuff for that event. And
It's gonna be cool.
Partial
you're losing your mind. You're
execution.
now becoming very eccentric, unhinged in your production value. And Chamath, you've been very selective in your approach to the liquidity speakers and the attendees.
Because liquidity is different than the summit. The summit
Partial
is like a festival.
execution.
It's a
Partial
huge party. There's
execution.
all this really
Okay,
interesting
it's a good little win.
cross-sectional stuff.
180
Liquidity
bucks.
is meant to be for one thing, which is the most important capital allocators in the world should have one place to convene, debate, learn, talk, build relationships. And I want people to walk out of there with relationships that they can use. And I told you this before because capital is what shapes the things that occur in the world. So I think that we have to be extremely selective in how we curate every element of that show. It's not meant to be that you can just buy a ticket, but to just buy a ticket, which is also a very fair and rational and nice thing. The summit is a party. It's a vibe.
It's awesome. And you're going to learn a lot and have a good time. You'll be entertained, all that great stuff. All right, let's keep going. Breaking topic this morning, CPI and PPI for May came in hot. Inflation is ripping. There we go. CPI is obviously the consumer price index that tracks inflation from the buyer side, rent, groceries, gas,
Now watch the
healthcare, all that
shares
stuff.
purchase square,
PPI is the
PSUS. Note Bill Ackman with comments here says PSUS is trading at 20% discount to the net asset value of the stock. Sure, seeing a bump in activity here on this.
Producer
comments
price
from Bill
index
Ackman.
that tracks inflation from the seller side, wholesale goods, raw materials, yada yada. CPI came in at 4.2% year over year, highest since April 2023.
Bill Ackman
There's your
says
chart.
we believe
PPI came in at
PSUS is an
6.5%
extremely
year
attractive
over year,
bargain at
highest
today's
since the
share
end of
price. We have
20.
I bet you do, Bill.
We've acquired more than
Here's
10
your
million
poly market,
shares for 500
21%
million
chance inflation
of
hits
PSUS
5% in
the IPO in the
2026.
aftermarket
And
thereafter.
then
Shares
an
PSUS,
adjacent poly market, chances
over
of the Fed
38.50
hiking
on, Bill Ackman comments
this year
here.
at 49%. It was under 10% before the Iran war started. By the way, European Central Bank just raised rates a quarter point on Thursday. This was their first rate hike
RBLX.
since September 2023. What do we take from this, Friedberg? It's all related to the Iran war. Yeah. That's the
There's definitely an energy blip.
Hopefully it
from
goes for
that
you.
Drove the core index up, but there's also the macro point, which is government spending out of control, inflation out of control, and fundamentally, as things unravel, you have rising rates. So I think we should kind of expect, especially with a Kevin Warsh Fed, I think we could see north of
RGNT suspended? Shut up.
overnight rates. It's not unforeseable. So this is just the nature of our monetary policy and our fiscal policy with our.
For news.
Oh, halted for news. Oh man, I thought you meant like a T12. Okay. Chuck just said it was halted for news. It better not be an offering. How dirty would that be?
Members that vote all of our future earnings away into bullshit. But here we are.
And to
Jesus
far
Christ.
more that nobody expected. Chamath, your thoughts, and then I'll wrap up with you.
That was the most passive aggressive take I've heard in a while from
He's
you.
a little upset about it. Yes, clearly he's a little bitter
Wasting
about
money.
this.
Like, it's just so stupid to watch.
Can
Like,
you tell us how you really feel? What,
I mean,
how do you really feel?
like honestly, like what else is there to say? I've said it like 100 times. It's just idiotic. The core problem with wealth inequality in this country, the core problem with inflation in this country, the core problem, all of it roots back to excess government spending. And
Preach, brother.
all of
Period,
this,
full stop.
we're all talking about machinations at the edge of the network. The core of the network is overspending by the government.
Preach
in
it.
order to get elected. You need someone to give you something more than you have today. That's
Yep.
how people get elected.
Yep.
And here we are 250 years later. I don't know if there's the will or the way to get out of it.
Nope.
But one of the manifestations of it will be in this late stage, higher rates and as a response to inflation. And here we are.
This man
Yeah,
gets
all
it.
right, Chamath, what's your take on this? Is it transient, as we have had other presidents say? Is
Nobody
it,
trying to get power is going to
there an
say,
off-ramp for the Iran war? I don't know if this is above.
We're
our
gonna pay off the
pay
debt.
grades, but this does seem to be
And
a
actually do it.
challenging moment happening
because it would screw
midterms.
everything up.
and
And
consumers
they don't have the balls to do that.
expected that their cost of living would go down and that they would benefit from this golden age, and it hasn't happened yet.
Well, look, it's concerning. I don't think that I expected the print to be this hot. Now, what's keeping things in line? There's still a chance that we're not going to see CPI go absolutely crazy. And part of that is because China has been smoothing the energy consumption globally worldwide. And so we've kind of kept a damper on $200 a barrel
Partial
oil. In fact, we're
execution.
sub 100.
Partial execution.
At the same time, I think it's pulled forward
I should have
a
done
lot of
better.
more practical sources of
15
energy
cents.
production, not
President
just in the
Trump said it
United
may be
States,
involved,
but
it may not,
abroad.
on Iran
Specifically,
signing
what
Nah,
I mean is
becoming
solar.
for
Just
That's no
because it's
bueno.
simple, it's passive, and
works.
you don't need a lot of permitting, and you don't need clean air permits and the like. So all of these things have been able to keep a lid on it. If China
CUPR
somehow runs
5
out of
minute.
reserves and they need to go back into the spot market to buy an extra 3 million barrels a day, there's a very big risk that oil gets
sometime
into
in the very
the
near
well
future.
past 100 and maybe between 150 and 200 a barrel.
Only because
That
it's
has a
done
lot
some
of
cucking.
downstream problems with respect to CPI.
U.S. officials said no
Not
unfrozen
even
assets
because
have been released to Iran
U.S. energy supply, but
by
really
US or
because the
any other
inputs
country.
that
Poet Heide again.
and get absorbed by the cost that people pay for everyday things could go up. So I think the PPI number should be an alarm
SRX
that we use
sanctions relief
to
for Iran
off-ramp
until
this
they do what
Iran
they're
situation
supposed to.
sooner rather
Yeah,
than
getting
later.
up to that
Just
level, right?
Unless, again, because we
The only
don't
thing
know
I
what
don't
happened
like
in
is it
China
looks
because
like
none of
it
us
keeps
were there.
cracking these
Unless
highs and
there's
just
an
dumping.
understanding that the president
So,
has Xi about
careful.
how much actual supply and slack is in the Chinese system. And that may allow him to take a much longer road to get a conclusive and decisive win in Iran. But I don't know.
There was supposed to be some tangible known resolutions with this China
Q-Tex.
trip. We haven't heard them explicitly stated yet. What's your take on this?
Good call.
The inflation
Say
print?
it's
And is there,
something
like,
more of a rising
golden
resistance
bridge
on it.
to end this war in Iran?
Jake, the problem is when you ask me that question, people assume that I have some sort of inside information, and I don't. Look, the PPI print is what it is. I largely agree with what Chamath said. The only thing I would add is that it was largely in line with expectations. That's why the market is actually up today. Normally, if there's a surprise print and inflation is high, then the market is down because the market starts pricing in the implication of higher interest rates. It's not doing that today. So it's in line with expectations. But I largely agree with what Jamas said.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we got to get to other elections. You know, my take on it is just huge, colossal era starting this Iran war, and hopefully we can get out of it. The downstream effects of this are just disastrous. I'm hoping there's a quick resolution or some way to get out of it before it goes to, you know, a year or 2 or 3. We can't be in a forever war, obviously.
NASDAQ up 2.5% today. That normally doesn't happen when there's a hot print because, again, like tech stocks are the most susceptible to high interest rates. So the market at this point seems to be pricing in
A resolution.
but
Yeah.
we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. I mean, it's just, this is everybody knows Iran is a quagmire and really was a huge mistake. All right. Let's talk about the hand wringing around vote counts in the LA mayoral primary. Instead of me reading all these details, just Freeberg, I know you're hot.
I think we know about it. Yeah.
I think that if you're on X, it's essentially your entire feed. Freeberg, what's your take? Is the election system in Los Angeles, specifically in California, corrupt? And is this election been stolen from Spencer Pratt, or is it just...
There is no election.
There was no election.
There is no election.
Okay. So there is no spoon.
Your rights to have an election are gone. You are a citizen of those who tell you who your overseers are. You are no longer allowed to vote.
What
for
happened?
your elected representatives. They are now appointed representatives. So enjoy the
Appointed by
appointments
who?
that have been made
Appointed
for
by
you.
who?
Appointed by those who have constructed the
hold up.
matrix.
Got it. Now we understand the background. There is no spoon.
Agent Smith and all the Agent Smiths are in charge. So here's some statistics for you. In-person voting the day of the election in Los Angeles County for mayor, Spencer Pratt, 35%, Karen Bass, 29%, Nithya Raman, 26%. Mail-in ballots received before Election Day, 38% for Bass, 28%.
Oh, the
for
Spain
Pratt,
game's on. I
20%
got to put
for
that
Raman.
on.
And then all these ballots that arrive after Election Day, 37% for Raman, 35% for Bass, 19% for Pratt. So Pratt's post-election mail-in ballots declined by 1/3. So statistically, the population of people that send in their ballots late reduced for Pratt by 1/3, increased for Nithya Raman by 80%, and Karen
Mute.
Bass 10% less. If you just look at the mail-in ballots before and after Election Day as a comparison. I don't know if there's a socio-political way that you can assess those statistics and assume that these are individuals casting their individual vote for who they think should be mayor.
Who
of LA.
wins? I don't know,
Nick, if
man.
you'll just pull up the map, which I think is worth taking a look at. Basically, the concentration of incremental votes that Nithya Raman got came around the Skid Row area in Los Angeles. And look, I'm not an election denier. I'm not someone who's historically believed the idea that elections are fraud and people have stolen votes. But when you look at the basic statistics of what
All
happened,
right. The rest of this
in-person,
is just
mail-in
California
before,
elections,
mail-in after.
which I could care less about. The Spain game should be an absolute blowout, though, huh? Yeah, that German one was the first real blowout, right? M10 is very, very tight here. Keep an eye on it. Very, very tight. We have Bollinger Bands aggressively coming in. Let's see, PR is interesting too. Go see power again. M10 trying it. Broke levels. Yuck. Poet trying to go maybe again. What's this HQ doing? BSME 5-minute. There's almost. There's your 5. Trying to get something here. 5 minutes getting a little extended, honestly. Not a decent consolidation period. First half hydration break. These hydration breaks, what a freaking joke. Hydration break. All of a sudden, we're worried about the players' hydration. Oh, by the way, during this hydration break, let's do a perfectly timed 3-minute ad break. Just coincides with it. Isn't that just crazy how that works out? Problem with soccer has always been it would never be big in the United States because the companies that would play it can't make money on it because you have 45 minutes of playtime and really like 50 minutes of playtime before you get a break, which everyone doesn't sit in front of their TV during that 15-minute break or whatever it is, 20 minutes, whatever the halftime break is, because they're going to go to the bathroom and leave their TV, and they come back and watch another 45 minutes to 50 minutes of uninterrupted play. But now they've figured how to weasel their way in there with their gaslighting us of, oh, it's a hydration break. It's healthy for them, safety oriented for the player. But in all reality, it's all right. I can work with this. We can make some money now. It's some bullshit. I'm not saying it's not valid, but it's also completely against everything they've ever done in the World Cup history. Don't tell me that this hydration break is for the players. They literally played in Qatar last time with no hydration break. Telemundo does no commercials. Good. Still, everybody else does. RGNT, nice pop. Hydration equal ad. Yeah. Hydration equals money. Oh, and by the way, Hydration Rank is sponsored by Powerade. Nice work, Salty. RGNT, what is that? Halting up? Watch the halt level move up. Maybe we can go high today. Can't. It is just getting hammered. Maybe it actually halts. Weak if so. Yeah. All right. Good. This is kind of how I want to play this now. Okay. What are these levels up here? Oh, okay. I was about to hit it hard if that halt level moved up for the high day break. But I'm okay with this way too. I really think you'll get the dip and rip. Maybe I won't be a pussy this time. Filled your buy? Like when? Like after it halted? Or like into the halt? I'm not surprised if it... Yeah, I'm not surprised you got filled going to the halt. They were hammering that bid pretty hard. Actually, kind of shocked it held. Or it didn't, I'm surprised it halted. I do enjoy hearing the crowd boo during the hydration break, though. Before they cut off the sound, if you can hear it, they boo. Good on them. flops. Yeah, that's the hard part about soccer, man. Give it to that Scots game. I watched the Scotland game. There was no flopping going on there. Both teams manned up. That was a fun one to watch. Was it 50 years since this, or no, it's like 30 years since the Scots have been in a, thank you, Depo, for that. Been in the World Cup. I was excited to watch that. They played shit. Well, they're not that great. I was looking forward to seeing them score and the fans go nuts. And I was not disappointed. M10 is still very tight. That's my hydration break. Thank you for hydrating me. Oh, thank you. Oh, I needed that. It's feeling very hot. Need to cool down. All right, where is RGNT? Don't know, obviously. It's the halt level. Switch this to 10 seconds so I don't screw it up this time. It's going to be 32:13, about 20 seconds here. Dip and rip. That's what I want. Dip and rip. 10 seconds. Oh, Spain, you dicked it up. Here we go. Where is it? Nope.
Partial execution.
Oh. Look at this fill. Because my candlestick didn't populate correctly. I was like looking for it. I missed the entry. This is exactly what I wanted. The dip right to the halt level and a rep, and I missed it. Made $40 instead of like a. I would have taken at least 1,000 shares here. Now I couldn't have. I mean, it was 60 cents higher than I wanted to be. So it stalled out here, and I was like, if I had bought down here, sure, I would have held here. But I wasn't. I had very high entry. Very unfortunate. Shut up, SJT12. You have to shit. AQMS. BSME kind of getting tight. Keep an eye on that one. Did it talk? Huh. Did we ever hear why that one stock was halted for news today? Was it RGNT? Was it this headline here? Withdraws F1 registration statement, cancels planned public offering. Oh. Oh, someone died in the Spain game. He was shot in the leg, it looks like. Grabbing his shin guard. You know, the only part of his body that's got armor on it. Oh, he's back. It's a miracle. Came back to life. What's up, Bishop? I've been around much lately. I feel like you've been around plenty, Bishop. I am up $34. $34 today. I was up like 400, gave it all back on one trade earlier. It's been a yo-yo day. I started the day off okay, had a couple $100, and then I took a $900 loss. That was nice. So it was down 800, and then we got it back pre-market, and I was basically break even. Then I was up with $300, and bouncing around. Then minus $450 trade got me red by $100, and now we're back to basically break even. Are there levels? You could probably find some. Let's see. RG and T. I mean, the big one would be this 926. I can't scroll back any further. I need to change how many candles populate. But I would just go back and just see if there's anything glaring. AAOI, I just can't trade that on this platform. Kind of watching VSME right now. It's doing a 5-minute cuck in range. Broke all those levels. It just stays here on VWAP. Might be something to watch. M10 just went down into the bottom part of the range. Is it going to curl now? There's a squeeze here with momentum bars going up. So, oh, it just broke out. Oh. I don't understand the changes to the offside rule. Like, why do they wait so late to call it? Is it because they might get it wrong, so they let the play continue and then blow it after the fact so they can review? That's got to be it. Ooh, that probably did hurt right on the knee there. But he held his ankle, so there's that. Dude literally just side kicked him right in the knee. He falls down and holds his ankle. It's like, what are we doing? At least hold the right body part. What is save? I'm at 37 and 10 seconds right now. That's where I'm at in the game. Oh, yeah, you're behind. Okay. All right, we got to watch this sucker now, see what this does. Oh, I've got YouTube TV. I'm watching it on the reels. RG&T gonna open up here. I actually don't have the hold time. Is it a 10-minute halt? 42.49. Thank you. There it is. Oh my! I don't want to ruin it for you, Lukong. Nah, screw that, Lukong. Don't watch the stream if you're watching the game. I can't hold it in every time. Freaking goalie playing out of his mind. I don't see it. It's coming. It's just an attack by Spain that. $42, $49. Minute and a half here. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever heard of the country that they are playing. Where is that even located? Cabo Verde? Where is Cabo Verde? It's an island off the west coast of Africa. I didn't even know there was islands off the west coast of Africa like that. And they made the World Cup. Damn. That is small. Cabo Verde population 530,000. Oh my gosh, and they are playing Spain today. And they're tied 0-0 right now. All right, let's see what we got here. 10 seconds. No dip, just rep. Dude. Don't even have 1 million people in their country and they're freaking in the World Cup. Holy crap. Cast? All right. There it goes. High day. So disappointed. Cass is pushing low at A. I'm not interested in that one. Bucks. Oh gosh, that was a nicer bounce than I anticipated. Oh, here it is. This goalie is insane. The bow! I gotta go wash this greasy ass hair. Jeez. Who's that keeper? I don't know. He's playing well. Volume dying off here. She's gonna move here pretty soon, up or down. So I lost money on that one. As a 1 minute cock fail, shocker. Like I said, no momentum once you get one move and then it's like done. Got this like rising support. It breaks. Probably go 5 minute cuck. Probably, oh, we totally. Citron long twist. Interesting to hear Citron out making calls after they just got sued and found guilty of stock manipulation. I'm wondering how they're allowed to even make public calls. Very interesting. Gotta make money. Gotta freaking what? Gotta make that money to pay for those lawyer bills. CPR. Got a level there at 10. $10.70 can hold. All right, 5 minute cuck and Argentina. Wow, 0-0 at half between Spain and Cabo Verde. Dude, half the island's population is on this field right now. That's crazy. she called it Cabe. So it's Cabe Verde. Oh, Cape. Why did I think it was Cabo? It is Cabo Verde. Can you say it? Oh, maybe Cabo is Cape? I don't know. Wait, is it Citrini that's long twist or Citron? I'll grab some food real quick. Let these things set up. Watch that M10 again. It's getting sneaky. Sneaky.
happy birthday to us.
Looney with the 60 months, 5 years, homie. Let's go. All right, the only thing I'm liking right now, M10 kind of broke a little bit. It's cooled off its squeeze. It didn't actually squeeze out of the squeeze. You got R10 with the 2-point diagonal. Oh. ASTS, that was a nice pop. What's it doing today? By a month. Yeah, it's been slow. Spain still hasn't scored. Yeah, I see that. 61 minutes left or into the game and no goal yet. Did they get anything close? Oh. GT 1 minute MACD. Let's see. GNT. Yeah, it's close to flipping, and it might flip if you start getting in over this. 5 minute cock right now, not doing much on it. Bro, this was supposed to be a blowout.
My Yevgeny Malkin anniversary.
Coach Red with the 71 months. Let's go, homie. I do like the rule that if the medical staff has to come on to give the players treatment, then that player has to come off for a minute. Keeps the BS down and the time wasting down too. We see a lot of miraculous recoveries now. Going from being shot chest to fully recovered in 30 seconds. You're at 65. I'm at 65, 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13. Yeah, it's crazy. The main rule changes have all been around flopping in the recent years. M10. I'm watching it. It kind of broke the high levels there of that range and really didn't do anything with it. So that worries me a bit. Is this a cuck? Oh yeah, that's a 5-minute cuck here. Do a 5-minute cock. Wow, that should have gone. So that was a 5-minute cuck into a 5-minute cock that did nothing. If we get that MACD to flip, it'll go, but doesn't look like it. Just tease in both directions. Hold this level at least. Okay, 15 push. Oh, gonna test downside, aren't you? Oh, gotta get over that 15, 18, 20. Love my entry. Not really.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Just get me out. Just kick it out, bro. Just kick it out. Oh, not there. Come on, Cabo. That's not where you go with that. Uh-oh. Spain putting in some big guns now. Spain gonna... Oh, shit. Oh, the goalkeeper got shot. Hydration break time. Oh, boy. SpaceX pumping is wild. I think the way that SpaceX did their IPO was pretty smart. So we'll see if what's this? We'll see if it's replicated in future IPOs. Retail tends to hold longer than the other assholes that seem to be dumping on retail on their IPOs. It's very interesting that the most valued IPO ever seemed to only go up after it IPO'd. And that's only by design, really. There we go. We broke diagonal. That's what I've been saying, Drew Dog. It's so disgusting. They gaslight us with, oh, it's hydration. It's for player safety. Does the MLS do hydration breaks? That's one reason why not to watch it. Well, the large overall shares are locked up. That's what I'm saying is the IPO shares, it was 35% retail with a locked price of $135. Like there was none of this up and down stuff. It's like, you want shares? $135. 3 months. I think Elon is doing his for a year. I don't know about everybody. All right. This kid's 18. Jeez, I didn't realize he was that young. Got 20 minutes to save to be the hero here, homie. Third smallest nation to ever qualify. Jeez.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Isn't that? No, I think Argentina is still the favorite. I think they're ranked 1 in the world. Spain, I think, is. Let me look this up. Oh, wait. The odds have Spain and France co-favorites. I didn't realize that. I thought it was Argentina. I hope to God this ends in a tie. Everybody's going to go out and buy a Cabo Verde jersey. Oh, there it is. I got that 926 level. We're not far here, boys. Oh my God. Why? I got green on the train. Just didn't kill it.
Be afraid, you should not. I'll take care of you. I will. Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Thank you for that. Was needing a Yoda. Oh my gosh, it goes immediately. Oh my gosh! Cable Birdie's playing a 4-5-1. They're just packing it in. Oh, come on, Top, dude. You got to put a little pressure on that ball. Like, your defense is just working hard. You got to put it to the metal there, bud. There you go. Run him down. There you go. Don't foul him. There you go. There you go. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, get it out. Dude, you got to be sweating a little bit if you're Spain. 61%. 37% tie. Wait. Yeah, 37% tie. What was the payout on a tie? Like, this is going to be the... Oh, jeez. They are just packing it in. You want to watch what just a completely defensive team looks like? Team that is fighting for their life for a tie? This is it. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dudes on the back line. 3 dudes in the middle and know they're just worthless. I don't even know where the top guy is anymore. Oh yeah, he's might as well be. Oh, that's a handball. Just clear it, dude. Clear it. Oh no. Get back. Get back. No! Okay. This is such a big... This is one of the games I was looking at going to. I was like, nah, this is going to be a blowout. Now I wish I would have gone. I could have had tickets for $180. I started at 7%. Wow. 1 minute cock building on RGNT. Where's this game? Can't remember. I was looking at 4 spots. New York, Philly, Atlanta. I think this was Atlanta. Could be wrong. I think it's Atlanta. Atlanta, yeah. Argentina has a W here on the 1 minute. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oops. Wow. These dudes gonna hold on for 15 minutes. Is SpaceX still going? Where is it at? 184. Wow. Now the question is, what does retail do with the options? Huh? That should be fun. I missed it. That was a nice play. Money short by 40. Cabo Verde has had 0 shots on goal. Got some here, maybe. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. And the goalie has balls to do that. He's a psychopath. That goalie's, I'm gonna mute Discord, I'm sorry. That dude is a psychopath. If you're not watching the game, wide open shot on net, he stops it. He's on his knees, and instead of grabbing the ball, he stopped it and bounced in front of him. Instead of grabbing the ball, by the way, there's Spanish players all around him. Instead of grabbing the ball right away, he waits till they make a move towards him so he can take 2 seconds off the clock. And then he covers it up. Absolute psychopath. Dude, Cabo, just go play possession. To kick it all the way back to your goalie right now. Do not try to score. Oh yeah, that ain't gonna work. This guy's a psychopath. Biggest sporting moment in Cape Verde sporting history. That's an understatement, brother. Problem is, half the country's population is at this game right now, so when they fly home, there's going to be no one to celebrate with. Yeah, just kick that thing. No! Why are you trying to dribble when the favorite team in the entire tournament is down your throat? You kick that ball into the galaxy in hopes that they don't find a new one soon. There you go. Now you're doing it. 10 minutes, boys. Meanwhile, I'm missing out on juicers. Any other streamers trading stocks during World Cup? Probably not. Oh, dude. Boot it down the field! They're still trying to pass it to each other. Out of their defensive third. Halting out here. Boys, you don't understand what kind of a... Oh, my God. You don't understand how big of a deal this is. It'd be... Let's put it into some kind of... This might be hyperbole, but it would be the equivalent of the United States militarily invading Rhode Island and it being a stalemate. I still feel like they're going to get one in. That's the sad thing. There's nothing that I'm seeing out of Cabo Verde that's going to tell me they have a chance of just stopping this onslaught. Get it out. No, don't dribble. Oh my. Down the line. Oh. They got to throw in. Dude, you just got to kick it to the freaking corner. 5 minutes. There's gonna be extra time. Williams Jr. They're. Ten-1. They score at least one goal. Who? Cabo or Spain, or both teams? Like a goal is scored. SpaceX juicing. All right, I'm going to put on SpaceX on my screen here. Yeah, nice. It's moving much better now, huh? I see it, Higgles. I see it. Goal? Shut up, Seabus. No. Don't tell me you dicked it up here. I'm timing you out if you freaking tell me goal ahead of time. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Oh my God. It almost was one. Holy shit, this game is insane. What a block, dude. Took it right to the back. You're at 87? I'm at 87.50. So I'm ahead of you. You're at 88? All right. Please no. Please no. Oh my God. How much stoppage time? No, you got to challenge that. There you go. Whoever that left back is, give him a raise. He went up like a man. That forward is absolutely worthless. Cabo has one forward up right now, and he's not even trying to challenge the ball. Like, dude, you're not going to score. You don't have a shot on goal as a team. Play defense at least. What a block. How much time we got left on this thing? 51-16, 1 minute. It doesn't matter. They had to throw and they immediately gave it up. Team's playing stupid now. All right, forward. Just kick it down the field. Just kick it to the corner. Thank you. No shot. No shot. They're attacking. Just kick it towards the goal. It's a corner. 89-30. 89-30. Please be 2 minutes of stoppage time. I don't know. I didn't watch the first 15, but there hasn't been too much stoppages. Cabo. No, just Cabo. Just play to the corner. Just keep it here. Oh, that was a gap down? That's nasty. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. That was almost a goal. Get back. Get back. No. Oh, this goalie's a psycho. This goalie's a psycho. 5 minutes. They almost scored. This dude jumped over the ball. If you have access to this game, you need to turn it on. This is historic. All right, 5 more minutes of defending, boys. 4.5. Oh, jeez, I can't watch. I should have gone to this game. Could have been there for $180. Another halt up. Historic trade I'm missing. Another corner. Spain. 4 minutes left. Good clear. This defense can play some ball in the air, man. Oh, yeah, there you go. Forward decided to run around a little bit. Kick it out. Kick it out. No, just. You got numbers. That's a terrible ball. That's a terrible ball. This team, they have no offense and a prayer to go for a tie. Just kick it to the corner. Make him go the entire length of the field. Uh-oh. Dude, this left back. Kick it down the field. That's a foul. Oh, that's a yellow card. Yeah, give it to him. Spain got a yellow. Oh my gosh, 2.5 minutes. How bad do I want to be coaching? I'd be yelling at that forward, though, and be like, dude, you get your ass back right now. Tell me they didn't push people up. Right? To No. No. Get back. Oh, yes. Yes. Don't lose it there. Don't try to dribble Spain. Kick it down the field. What are we doing? Kick it down the field. Kick it down the field. What do we do? You guys are psychopaths. Guy takes a shot from 35, 40 yards out. Completely misses the net. 1 minute. Just go to the corner and protect the ball and just waste time. There you go. Dude, they're gassed. They're so gassed. I don't even want to be looking at anything else besides this game right now. Oh, yes. No! Oh, my God. That guy's an idiot. So close. What are you doing? 30 seconds. Corner kick with, this is it. This is the last play. There should be Oh my gosh, Spain. Missed it. This can be over on the goal kick. This game's over on the goal kick. Oh my gosh, Cabo Verde just tied the number one team. That's it! Oh my gosh! Cabo Verde just tied 0-0. First time ever playing in the World Cup. And their first game is against the favorite. And they tied him 0-0. Oh, that defensive line, man. Bro. That goalie's nuts. He is a psychopath. The goalie's crying. Massive effort. Holy crap. Look at this. RGNT. Wow, what did we just watch? I could have been there. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. Even last night, I was like, you know what? If I left right now, I could get there. Yeah, I can get there. It's like, nah. I just save my money, maybe go to a round 16 game. I'm an idiot. Could have been at that game. Oh, wow. 11 corners. S- 74% possession. Goalie live. I don't even know what language this country speaks. It's got to be Spanish, right? I don't know. What language does Cabo Verde speak? Portuguese. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. Huh. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Wow. Egypt, Belgium. Wow, dude. Is it actually playing right now? Yeah, I was gonna say, usually it'd be on the same channel. They don't have over 15 minutes? No, an hour. Dude, Cabo. SpaceX with the moon mission right now. Wow. Oh, gosh. This thing's kind of spready for how much volume's going through, huh? 127 years worth of sales. It's just, you know, not important. I don't know when shorts are available on this thing, but I wonder if they are available. Let me look here. Price 500. Oh.
Rejected.
Locates. Let's see here. SPCX. Just do 100 shares. Wow, I can locate it. All right, so they're available. Huh. QTEX. I'm only up $300 today. It's been slow going. $4,000. Yeah, I saw that. Some welder that was working at SpaceX became a millionaire in the IPO. It's pretty crazy. Why do they have Jameis Winston on this stupid crap? He just annoys me. Ever since he was at FSU, I couldn't stand him. Is it less glitchy? Yeah, 100%. For sure, fresh. Jameis is a national treasure. FOMC. Yeah, we should be able to hear from him at his first presser. Or a G&T. Is this a... No, that's a 1 minute. Maybe a W. What's a MACD doing? Cross down. I wouldn't trust it, but... What a ball. Jeez. I can't believe I just witnessed that. How old is Cape Verde's goalkeeper? He looks old. Or like he's been through some shit. One of the two. Vaniha. No, he's 40. He's seen some shit. I guess so if you're the goalkeeper for this team. You look like he just stared PTSD in the eyes. Didn't blink. shit, man. So I appealed one of the entities that is in the realm of giving grant money for house repair from the storm. Okay. FEMA gave me a certain amount of money, not even close enough to fix this wall, but that's all FEMA can do by the law. And you have all these other agencies that have been given money that are not government related, but they're nonprofits or whatever. They've given money and they have to do this. And then you go to these guys and you apply for money, and one of them in particular is the one I was the closest to getting an award or not, a judgment, I should say. And they come out and they say, well, you've got to give us your FEMA money, and then we'll give you $10,000 on top of that to fix your doors. And I said, excuse me? Like, yes, we can't. We praise the doors to repair your house will be $50,000. So you've gotten 40 from FEMA. We'll give you 10. That's 50. Bada bing, bada boom. You have your doors. I'm like, so you're awarding me 10,000? Yes, on the condition you give us the 40, and then we fix your doors. I said, awesome. That's not what I was awarded $40,000 for from FEMA. $40,000 from FEMA was to go to the support wall. So you're trying to take my support wall money and fix doors with it. I don't care about effing doors right now. I don't want my house falling down. I want a support wall fixed. That's what you all came out and looked at. Like, oh, well, we don't do that. We do interior house. And so you're saying that money from FEMA that you got was for a support wall? I'm like, yeah, I've made that very clear this entire time. Like, I see. Well, you're going to have to appeal. And I think you have a good case to appeal. I'm like, you think? Because the duplication of benefits, there are none here. You literally you're telling me I have a judgment for $50,000 on doors that I never even asked for. I want a support wall. So I'll take $50,000 from you to fix the doors, which do probably need to be fixed after I fix my support wall. Like, well, you have to appeal. So I appealed on June the 2nd. I hadn't heard back because you have only 30 days after. So I did it after about 2 weeks, getting all the paperwork you needed, showing the correspondence between me and FEMA, so they could see that all my communications with FEMA had to do with a support wall, nothing to do with the house. FEMA never stepped foot in my house. So I sent it in on June 2nd. I hadn't heard anything. Emailed the guy today. I'm like, hadn't heard back. Just making sure you got my appeal. We didn't get your appeal. Excuse me? Screenshot the email with the timestamp attached to it that I CC'd him specifically, another dude, and the appeal email. So 3 people got it. He's like, yo, you did send it. I don't know why it wasn't logged. Your case was closed. Well, now I'll have to send this in to get it reopened. This is why nothing gets done. It's just shit show after shit show, man. This whole process. I can't imagine the people that actually lost a house, the shit they have to go through. Oh. What do you think about the UFC fight? I thought it was great. The only thing I kind of had an issue with was the advertisements that the UFC had. Like, I know UFC probably didn't make any money on it, but I know you're doing it on public ground, so I don't think you should have had like Monster beverage and all that that's normally on the ring. That's the only issue I had with it, to be fair. I thought it was great. I thought it was classy. It's classy to get with guys beating the shit out of each other in front of the White House. But I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool to walk out, watch them walk through the White House, seeing parts of the White House you just don't normally see, unless you've been on a tour, you know. I thought it was pretty cool. I only watched the later half. You know, I was watching the World Cup and the Stanley Cup. And I flipped it on towards the end to watch the main events. But I thought it was cool. It was classy for a UFC fight. I mean, the ring girls were wearing dresses. I thought the last fight was awesome. Goodness gracious. See Trump fall asleep about halfway. No, I didn't see it. Like I said, I tuned in like on the last 2.5 fights. I don't know when that happened. Yeah, it was hard to get up this morning. I got off the game then at 1:30. G&T trying, yep. Straight of war. Yeah, that last one was nuts. What's his face's face was. I thought Justin was done in round 2. I don't know how he didn't lose that. We hear about news this morning. No, Dana said he was pretty roughed up, obviously. I just saw a clip. All he's concerned about is just him resting. Dana thought it was a broken orbital bone, but that wasn't a diagnosis. It was just experience of watching. I think that's what he thought he had, which I wouldn't be surprised. Pushing 15 here. Wow. Yeah, I thought the other fight was the co-main event. The first one, that was nothing. That was a big disappointment. This thing's crazy. All right, I'm gonna call it here. I'm a little tired from last night. Getting up early today. So I'm just gonna call it here. Up $300. Nothing to write home about. There are some movers still with SpaceX and RGNT, but I got some laundry I need to do before my hockey game tonight. Shit got rained on. I left it outside. I might take a nap. I'm tired. Y'all be good. See y'all tomorrow. We're going to raid Mr. Marbles. Peace out.